So welcome back, YouTube. We're going to be popping back into the Scarlet Empire. Whatever you do, it's fun watching RimWorld. Yeah, I do think I'm getting to that point where we might be setting RimWorld aside again for a while. I do enjoy RimWorld, but it is one of those things that you can easily just play a lot of RimWorld, and it does get to the point that the content effectively starts to feel stale after a while. Like you just, it's any game. If I play one game too much, I kind of just want to play something else. And I'm still happy with RimWorld for the time being, but I have played a lot of RimWorld over the years on the channel. And so just looking forward to doing other things. That said, still enjoying this run for something different. But, because like part of it is trying to come up with a challenge run. It just ended up, like, the idea for the challenge for, like, just a personal challenge was good, but the challenge idea I'd been messing with for, like, streaming was just too slow. Like, there's definitely a point where you're looking at a challenge run going, no, this is not enjoyable or entertaining to watch. Right, and we are running the random research. We don't have the no research, we have the random research and all that stuff. And all that good things. We got all that going on. As far as progression goes, we did awaken the monolith. It is on its second phase, but we're pretty early on in the second phase. So if we go and check our discoveries, I've got a couple of advanced ones figured out. We actually had some pretty trolly stuff the other day. Like down here we had the what is it? The pit gate opened. Oh yeah, it's like right there. The pit gate opened. And literally in the time that it was actively opening, an obelisk crashed down. And it was like, wait a second. You're only allowed to do one of these at a time. Take your turn. We are currently working on getting our ideology room set up here. It's going to be unreasonably fancy. We do have our ritual stuff going on. All of our people are sanguiphage. Like, all of these people are sanguiphage, except for this one person who is currently frozen, and the reason they are is they have the psychic agony scream thing that causes their people to pass out and drop their weapons constantly. So we've just froze them as a pocket healer. Hey, we got a baby on the way in the colony. Love to see it. The intention is to try and make more super juiced ghouls, because as you can see, we got the Luxoid Rush 4 going on the ghoul. So our ghoul is super fast. We are going to try and bionic out the ghoul as we go along. We are working on getting that. We were short on components, weren't we? That's right. We ran out of components and there's none on the map. And I don't have fabrication yet. Who is the ghoul? Was Briegel actually someone? This is named, right? No. No, they weren't. Alright, so we got a ghoul to name. So we got Luxray. I remember oh, that's right. I didn't want to name them until they actually were ghoulified and everything, because of doing a lot of stuff that we could have had issues along the way. And with that, there was a very good chance our people got really upset about it. Right, and the problem we were running into is, again, one of these ones that, well, I've actually got a decent number of people now. There were just some things not getting done. Why are you... Oh, right, we were super low on food because of the number of cooks. And Grand is currently down death resting. So it's just an issue of, while it doesn't look like that many colonists, I'm dealing with this many prisoners, and that's becoming an issue. I'm probably going to need to cull some of these prisoners off to make the food easier to handle. We had one here that's been nearly died multiple times. Yeah, so I think what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to knock out a prisoner too. I'm going to get rid of this prisoner. Now get rid of this prisoner. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm trying to cut down how much food we're eating and try and get ourselves more food coming in, because right now we're just struggling on the food, just because there's so many. Like, I'm actually producing an obnoxious amount of food. It's just feeding that many prisoners is like having 2 dedicated cooks, and it's all they can do, and they still can barely keep up. I need you to wake up. Alright, so you wake up today, that's good. It's also one of those things that, because of everyone sitting here spending time wardening, everyone just spends all their time getting the blood and all that, and not doing anything else. But we have a necessity for it that I need a really large number of hemogen packs to keep our people okay. Let's make sure all of you are set to just maintain only. Alright, so you're still needing to be converted. Alright. Because I can make someone a dedicated warden, and that's all they do here, which might need to happen. Like, what I might need to do is choose, like, one person who their job is they just warden, and then take everyone else off that responsibility just to give us some space. Gotcha. So again, these 2 on the ends are still being converted, just because we can. And we have it set literally to keep making the meals forever, and just cannot keep them in stock. Oh, right, we're also trying to, mess with the gene stuff, because that's actually one of the things we were working on. That's a project I remember we were working on. What we were trying to do is get a bunch of negatives so that we could start splicing together genes for our prisoners. That way we can reduce their hunger. I'll take a masterwork chain shotgun and a flat screen TV. So that way we can get their hunger down as much as possible. So like how much they need to eat. Because if I could do that, it'll reduce the number of trips my people have to deal with them and the amount of food they eat. And then as an added bonus, if I could get something like resistant to cold and heat, then I can go in there and not have to worry about heat stroke or any of that. Okay. So you grab everyone, run them down here. Okay, what do we got here? We've got 2 MP5s, 2 grenades, an auto pistol, a shotgun, a chain shotgun, 2 revolvers. So they're actually bringing a pretty significant amount of firepower here. A lot of it will outrange me by a good amount, which doesn't make me happy. I don't think we can rush in and take advantage of this. So we will have our melee team. We'll get them ready. The range team for right now, I'm going to chuck them into these rocks. And so they're, of course, going to have all of my buddies rush right in there immediately. So we all vampires. Well, that's not what I want. I don't want the... Okay. Yep, so they're all running away because fire. Nope, get back here, stay drafted. I would like to go in here. The problem is with all of them there, I'm a little worried about rushing in. And then plus the fire. Let's see if we can't rush in here real fast. Well, that shield's up. And then we want to retreat away. Retreating from the fire. Okay. So I want to get you out, so just jump out of the way. Luxury buddy, move. Luxury buddy, move. Luxury buddy. And you are again retreating. So Luxury's in real trouble here. That fire is just causing people to retreat constantly. Okay, and you are here once again. Okay. So the good news is they're fleeing. So we're gonna walk away. We're gonna walk away. That's bio-coded. Alright, so let's check on Luxray. Luxray is a ghoul. As long as Luxray doesn't catch fire, they'll be back. So it wasn't really a good fight because it was kind of just they were in the in all that and we didn't have to deal with it. Alright, so let's check on our injuries. Just some bruises, minor bleeding, just some bruises. You're the only one who's actually downed. Let's go ahead and... that's fine. Luxray will figure their stuff out. Okay, we can deconstruct that. What about you? What's your deal? You are sensitive. You're already missing a leg. I might try and capture that person. Just for the purpose of patching him up and throwing him in for the gene splicing. I don't know if they'll make it with only 4 hours left and me not going out of way to prioritize it. That one's super dead. Alright, so pods dropped. We got ourselves a fancy new television. Let's go ahead and install it to cover that whole area. Actually, cover that whole area. And we got a Masterwork chain shotgun, so let's go ahead and give that to Sentient Cookie. Because we designed our base around chain shotguns. Oh, hey, you lived? Not really. Alright, so Luxray should be up pretty soon. Oh, right. You're... Okay, never mind. 1 second. Luxray does actually need to be rescued. I forgot. Because you're a vampire, you're deathless. So you should have died there. But because you're deathless, you instead just went down. Which is fine. It does mean you're out for 7 days, unfortunately. But that's whatever. That was the reason I had Luxray stay in longer. It was just kind of like, not the deathless, but as a ghoul, they're far more expendable than the others because we can just, you know, we can bring them back from the brink again and again. Alright, looks like we're getting their geothermal on. I don't know where the components came from, and I don't care. Okay, so we've got more than enough power now. Which is good. What are things are we waiting on to build? So, like, right now I need to not build something else. And the reason I need to not build something else is we will need to make, fabrication, like a fabrication bench. I'll probably put it up here. It's not a good spot for it because it means I'm cutting through my prison just to do that. But I don't have room in here. Right, the components from the shuttle. That's right. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. But yeah, but we can put the fabrication bench up here. It wouldn't be great. It'd be what it is. Alright, so we got to craft that bioferrite, so we can get bioferrite longswords for our melee team. Those are all fine. Shuttle has arrived. Oh yeah, I had an animal of some kind. Where's this animal? There you are. I totally forgot about that. I don't even remember what we're getting for it. Probably rep or something, knowing it's just an animal? It doesn't matter? Please carry that. Okay. I don't... Oh, you parked down there. Yeah, well, once we have components, we'll want to have a dedicated shuttle landing place, probably. Glitter World. That's fair enough. It's a small amount of Glitter World. It makes sense I'd get that for that. Because, like, that's not a particularly hard quest, so checks out. Alright. We're finally smoothing out the floor in here for our ideology room. So we can go in here, put down, like, the little ideology altar, and yada yada yada. You get the idea. We can... convert you. So yeah, so we're almost done. Alright, so prisoner. This prisoner's not going to be staying with us. We could deliberately release them for the slowly recovering reputation. But first, at a minimum, for their life being spared, they're getting in our machine. So I'll either two-time them in the machine to try and get negative traits, or probably two-tie them. I don't really care about the reputation. Don't get me wrong, the pigs have probably done more damage to my base this time than anyone because they keep drop-potting inside my rooms and chucking grenades everywhere. It's not been any particularly awful ones, but it's been annoying replacing the furniture again and again. There's... Oh! Okay, this sucks. Alright, so at some point, the trees got destroyed there. So you can paste your settings there. And then we want to go to zone. Don't make that a home zone. I was like, why are there all these bodies up here? This is where our trees were. It was oh, it was going to be the alpha beavers, maybe. Maybe the alpha beavers ate the trees? Because, like, I was pretty sure those trees weren't particularly flammable. Alright, in the meantime, we're going to keep trying to get some genes out of here to get some good stuff. I won't be able to make anything because we don't have the bench built for it yet. But the entire idea will be to, I think you can knock the hunger down to 50%. I think that's the minimum. So if we can knock their hunger all down to 15%, they'll massively reduce the amount of labor I have to waste on the prisoners. Nearsighted and reduced pain. Alright, we're not done with you yet. Get back in the machine. Very last larding is disappearing. Alright. I'll pick up a healing serum. Okay, so that's the teleporting one. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this like this. Let's get that thing triggered right now. Pull a bunch of people in there. So that way Lardine's not doing this by themselves. I think this might end up pulling a bunch of the prisoners in too. Alright. Because it's a labyrinth over there. And I'd like to get that sword as soon as we can. Okay. So we deliberately triggered it to... Where are my other colonists? It didn't even give, like, bring their colonists here. Literally, Lardine's here by themselves. And with the prisoners, and it just straight up took away, like, 8 of my prisoners. They're just gone. Oh, you know what it did? It just rolled the dice and it happened to grab all the prisoners and chuck them here. Oh, a lot of them are going to starve to death. Alright, so we're going to try and have Lardine make this happen as fast as we can. Because what's going to happen is we've got prisoners all over the place here. If we finish it and we do that, it'll bring the prisoners back. There's nothing here for you to resurrect. Because normally that... Oh, I mean, that's fine, I guess. What nightmare are you in? A weird one. Yeah, so these prisoners, I'm not gonna bother trying to feed them. There's no point. If I don't get out of here beforehand, they're gonna starve to death anyways. And Lardine just has to do this by themselves entirely. So what we're looking for is somewhere in here is the pillar thing that we use to teleport. If I get there, it'll teleport everyone out. Then we just gotta recollect the prisoners. Do you have food? No. Alright. There's always the prisoners. I mean, this is true. If things get desperate, there are prisoners all over the place here. It'll be funny when we get back and have to retrieve all the prisoners scattered everywhere. So the whole reason I had triggered that to pop off is we did want to try and get a bunch of people in here to explore faster, just to make my life easier. And it just didn't happen to work out. That it teleported nothing but prisoners. Oh, they're gonna be only up for a very brief period of time. So we'll force that door, wait for them to fall down. That's fine. Second healing mech serum. Alright. That door is gonna, like, already open, so as soon as they go down, let's rush through. I can fight them just fine, probably. It's just one of those things that right now, unless that's, like, the only path I've got going forward, we just... You scared me, animal. We're just trying to cut around. I'm trying to not lose all the prisoners, is what I'm trying to do. Because we only had like 2 left, and while I certainly wanted to reduce our hunger requirement, it's a little more than I was aiming for. Yeah, so you're just about done, so pop this door and I'll run through that door and see what's that way once they're down. Alright. Alright, so we've got most of this cleared. Go as fast as we can. Usually you find some food in here. Actually, sometimes you find food on them too. That's fine. Oh, that's right. When you see the corpses here, you should strip them. Then a lot of times they'll have food on them. Alright, so let's take 2 seconds. All these bodies, strip them. Do this, grab that. Strip, 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 strip. Yeah, so you see like food, chain shotguns, revolvers, assault rifles, all sorts of goodies. Okay, enjoy yourself a meal real fast. Pick up the chain shotgun. Pick up the assault rifle. Back to popping doors. Night owl in the day? Come on, man. You're in an indoor area. What are you complaining about? Normally this goes much faster if you've got multiple people. It's all unroofed. This is true. Alright, come on. We'll check over here, because that one's got a little bit of a different wall. I don't know if that means anything at all or not. No, it doesn't. Never mind. Yeah, normally I try and get 3-4 people in here so I can scatter around looking for stuff real fast. Oh good, a bed. Yeah, this will probably connect us up here. That probably connects there. That's got some rooms right there. We got space over here yet to explore. By the way, sanguifacial, you don't have to sleep very much. Okay, so nothing to mess with over here. Get the central room over here done. And meanwhile, everyone else is out here being like, has anyone seen Lardine? I could have sworn I saw him just a few minutes ago. Where'd all the prisoners go? You think Lardine took off without him? Alright, so that's too small a room to have what we're looking... Oh, that door just opens. Let's go this way now. Yeah, because that's too small to have what we're looking for. That's probably too small. This could... This area does. That area definitely is big enough for it. Eat the survival meal. Oh, Alright, now eat the survival meal. The prisoners are collapsing with their no legs due to extreme exhaustion. This is fine. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but you know, it is what it is. I wasn't planning a full clear of this place, but you know, we're getting to that point. Pick up the serum. All right. Even being a vampire, though, eventually Lardine's gonna have to sleep and or do something for recreation. The good news, there's a bunch of like beer and that over there, so that will probably work. We're running out of places that this exit can be. We've explored more than half of this area already, so every room we open, the odds of us finding the room get significantly higher due to the fact that there's like no rooms left to go look through. All right. Okay, that's probably not it. Let's go back up here. Because that's probably just a connecting room down there. We got big space here, we got space there, we got space there. And we got space there. Ah, finally. Right, there's Lardine. Okay. Capture. 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 Alright, I think that's all the prisoners. Oh wait, no wait, there's one inside our perimeter over here. You'll have to wait for the next group because right now everyone's already grabbing someone. So so Bellarose, just hang tight. You'll get your turn. Does big holes do anything? No, they're just aesthetic. And I'm assuming all of them are actively starving. Capture. Capture. I might have too many prisoners. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say we might actually have too many prisoners. Considering I'm not even confident. I think we got them all. So Lardine is taking care of all their needs because they're recreation starved, they're tired, they're hungry, they were abducted by a monolith. Psychic Suppressor. A mech resurrection serum is always a good time. Not really relevant this run because none of our people can die. If they do actually die, it means either one, they got their brain blown out, or two, they don't have a body left. Which really kind of means I don't have to worry about that. That'd be a fine thing to deal with, but let's give it a moment before we do anything. Just because I want to give my people a chance to recover, get the prisoners caught up. That said, while the prisoners weren't there, we got ourselves a good, like, 270 meals because we didn't have anyone having to deal with feeding prisoners or anything. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so you're now in maintain only, reform ideology. Do I want to reform the ideology? Let's see. Reform the ideology. Memes-wise, we can add ritualist, which will slow down the research speed. But it would make us study anomaly stuff faster. I think we're late enough that that doesn't really do anything. We are already cannibal and blood feeding. Inhuman doesn't really help us at all. That's kind of not useful. Guilty would be a weird choice here. Guilty would be a real weird choice there. Let's see here. Pain is a virtue is weird because you cannot select guilty with cannibalism. Oh, that makes sense. Doesn't ritualist let you... Well, you can do that without it. It just means we get to use that. I might just go with the ritual for the theme, because pain as a virtue is weird, because we would scarify our people, and then they would like it, but then because they're vampires, they would recover their scars. You do guilty and cannibal? Yeah, that's what I was like. I could see them getting really upset. I'm gonna go with the ritualist. Okay. So that will penalize our research. I'm okay with that, honestly. So research, we're just gonna leave it at slow. That's fine. We now have exalted psychic thing. I don't think we have any new roles. That's fine. And we can just leave it at that. Cool. So with that, we're gonna want to do ritual magic. Which is interesting, because with the ritual magic, if I'm ever short on people, we can do that. We can also check on our anomaly research, because what we could do then is I believe it's the philophagy. That philophagy, I want to say, steals the highest stats from the victim. So we can take pawns that are particularly strong. That was it supremacy with guilty then? That one might make sense. There's definitely some that conflict with each other. You'd have to look. So one of the ways you can tell is I can't pull up the screen now. At least I don't think I can. Is when you pull up your ideology to go to choose those, they'll have some of the memes connected to each other where they kind of like, there's not a gap between them. And usually it means you could do that or that. Like the animal personhood versus the, there's one around, like, I can't remember if it's ranch or whatever. That you can choose one or the other. Alright. So I'm going to take the Persona Core. Alright, so Psychic Suppression. We'll go to the map. We can just caravan 2-3 people out. Hopefully they won't troll us this time and put the entire building I need to get into to do it inside the range where I have to, like, deliberately aggro things to do it. It was fine. We were able to still exploit it pretty well. But it was one where, like, hey, wait a second. We're gonna send our 2 melee people, and we'll send Sencha Cookie and you as support. And we will send the dromedaries, just in the off chance that there's goodies to bring back. There probably won't be, but that's fine. Yep, so Persona Core. So research-wise, we're right about to finish the autocannon. And then my intention... Oh wait, that's the Persona Core. Oh, I misread what that was. That's fine. That's the thing we need to build the ship. In my mind, I was thinking of the thing that you could get, like, jump yourself a technology instantly. Oh, well, I have a Persona Core for if we go to build the ship, I guess. Or something of value I could trade. I thought it was the thing you apply to the table to instantly research and just didn't even pay that close attention. So Bentley, go ahead and shove Lawman in there. That'll kill Lawman. Because I don't care to keep them around. Okay, yeah, and I'm not running the more vanilla biomes or the Rocket Man. I have everything else on, but the others I don't. Sorry, I have everything else on but those two. Would you get out of here? We got things to do. No, I mean, for me, though, it's just I don't want to sit here and update the command every single RimWorld run. Because we do a bunch of different runs, and it honestly doesn't matter. And for, like, the record with that command, it's a pretty slick command. Like, if I go in here... Let me get YouTube chat out of the way. Like, one of the reasons I don't want to sit here and adjust it every single time is if we look at the mods command here. The command here isn't as simple as, like, one text file, because, you know, I don't want to have to change the command every single game I play. Let me put this on regular speed. So you look here into what it takes to do this command. So, like, this is the mods command. It's got its cooldowns and all that. But you got conditional effects here. And each one of these is for a different game that I've run with mods. And so it's like RimWorld has its message, Project Zomboid has its message, Stardew Valley has its message, its message. You get the idea. Every one of these games that I've run mods on, I keep a command there so that you can just use mods. It's smart enough to detect what game it is and spit out the command. But it means it's a big pain in the butt to update. Like, it's not that big a deal. I've definitely done it in the moment. I just don't... It's just not important for that one. Like, the idea is most people want to just see what you're running. Like, they don't care about the individual ones. Just, oh, I have a thing that does that. Yeah. But it's also more of a pain in the butt to have to go, ignore this, that. Well, I'll just delete the mods command and no one will have it anymore. But then people ask about it constantly, and then I'll have to make a mods command. There's no winning. That's the problem. There's just, no matter what I do, it's just another administrative task. I think the real answer is I uninstall all mods and I don't even have to worry about it. I think that's what I really should do. Because then when mods happen and just say there are no mods. And I'm sorted. That's one of the things you don't realize when you're doing content creation, is there's so many like little things like that you don't expect to be pains in the butt. Is that just approach? Okay, that's just approach. That's approach, that's fine. Everyone stay in the safe zone. Because we got a caravan away, and we got 45 shamblers against 5 people. Sorry, 4 people, you're in cryo, and you're not popping out for a little bit. So we're just leaving that well enough alone. Is the entire approach to this. With the whole group here, I'd be down to tease it. But with only 4 people on Able, Yeah, no, it's just stuff like that. That you have like lots of these like little administrative things, one after the other. That do ghouls need death rest? No. The ghoul's down because they should have died, and because they're a sanguiphage ghoul, instead of dying, they got knocked on. Wait, where are the mechs? Oh, it's literally just you. Alright, well, I can live with that. So let's see. Pick up the steel, all you can carry. Pick up the plasteel, pick up the component. Pick up the steel, all you can carry, and get out of here. Alright, so get next to the tile, and then you're just gonna have to wait till this sorts itself out. Because usually with this one, they end up being a couple of days. Shambler's Approach. I already have some? What? Okay, Lardy needs death rest. Caravan ambush. Alright, so you start your death rest. Reform the caravan. Go right next to it. No new items we care about, so go. Alright. I actually am updating the command real fast because it has been a while. It's just one of those things that... It's honestly one of the things that gets me to play games that we mod less. Very genuinely. It's just another administrative thing. I just would rather... I'd rather focus on making good content than fuss with mods. Alright, that should be fine. Save, save, save. It's not really that big a deal. I just don't want to deal with it. Alright, so it's updated. Alright. So honestly, if the ghouls get over here, then we could probably get the caravan and go up and over this way. Not ghouls, the shamblers. The big thing is I want them to be nowhere near any of the edges of the map. So that way we don't accidentally piss them off the moment we finish up. So these four will die soon. So wait till they're right over here. Because even if we go down here, I'll just grab the people and I'll walk them around this way. You get the idea? The most likely place they'll show up is here, there, or up there. Because of the roads. I was like, combat suppliers, like, please don't trigger them to be actually mad. I'm busy. For right now, Clara, you can take that call. Okay, so we got a bunch of spears and knives and crap I don't want. Let's get that out of our inventory. Because those always build up. There's a plasteel knife? You don't see those very often. Because, like, Project Zomboid, it's not a big thing, because usually I run the same mods all the time. Even RimWorld, most of the time I run the same mods. It's only once in a long while that'll go and, like, add or remove a mod. Honestly, I'm probably never going to use the machine gun. The assault rifle, let's hold on to that just in case. We can get those out of here, get the grenades out of here. So we're not actually getting that much money out of it, which is fine. There's not a whole lot I would want, because like the mono sword's fun and all that. Oh, which one was this? Revenant Instability? Just get out of here. I don't even care about that book. Gene Pack Hideous. That's a negative I could deal with. Why not bother smelting with stuff? I would be willing to smelt stuff. We don't have the crafters. It's just, it's not getting done. It's not that I don't want to do it. It's just not getting finished. Alright, so we're going to start trying to bring them in here. And ready to pause if they come in from any bad angle. Yeah, they are moving. But yeah, no, I'd be willing to smelt. It's just the real problem we're running into is just the workload. It's one of those things that I don't usually end up being too high a priority, because usually with steel, by mid to late game, I've got the drill and the this thing here, and it's just easier to drill stuff up. Okay. So, good thing we didn't just let them run. So we're gonna go ahead and scooch on over here. And I do know the animals are outside there. That's just, if they run away, they run away. They just have some food and stuff on them. I think they have 8 component, 10 plasteel, and a tiny bit of, like, steel. It's not worth me getting myself shredded by a billion shamblers over it. Because the problem is I go out there and I pick at the shamblers, I gotta be ready to fight the whole pack. Some of these should be... they still got like 2 days. Yeah, there's a really good chance our dromedaries are going to run away. That's a really big group to just run up and tangle with. Surprised you're still around. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, I got a bunch of plasteel here from that meteorite we never hold back. Well, that's upsetting. I don't know why that's out there. Oh, that had to have been a trade caravan. I don't think it's worth losing people over 2 components and some Nutrimine, but that's a decent amount of Nutrimine wasting out there. That's probably a good couple $1,000. Like $1,000-$2,000. Goodbye, dromedary. Are you going for my kill box? I think they're trying to cross here on the road, and because I have it blocked, they're working their way around. Alright, let's get ready to fight. I mean, that's fine, because it should feed in like onesie twosies, which is perfectly fine by me. I need to get that club out of that door so I don't have to wait an extra second every single time. Alright, so everyone get into position. Because it does look like they're going to slowly feed in a couple at a time, which is good and bad. It means like people are going to be standing there slowly getting pissed off about having to stand there, not eat and sleep and all that. But as far as the fighting part, should make my life really easy. Yeah, no, it looks like they're just trying to path in here and they can't find a route, so... Or sorry, they can find a route. So I guess welcome to the meat grinder. Oh, right. They're going to attack the wall directly once they're aggroed. So they're just going to go in there and break stuff. Hey, man. Grand here says you should, That didn't help my problem. You're missing half your limbs. Go down. Please go down already. I can only cut off so many of your parts. Yeah, so the reality is they're just going to break that. I'm not going to try and stop it. They're just going to pop through here, pop through there, and then we'll just deal. I do really kind of dislike the way the Shambler's targeting work. It's fine. I think it's a decent way of, like, circumventing the kill box style. It's just kind of annoying when they're hitting the wall and you're standing right next to it. You're like, come on, man. I'm right here. Alright. So you go up here real fast. Cool. Well, the plan had been to aggro them off the wall and then have them just chase me. Oh, good. We have allies showing up. Because with that, they would have at least gone in here, and I wouldn't be sitting here waiting for them to tear into this box. Yeah, so good news, they're going to work their way around there, and I can stop fighting it myself here in a minute. I know you have something like awful, like a triple rocket or anything, right? No, you're fine. Alright. You're all doing good over there. Thank you for your contributions to the colony. Some of you may die, and I'm okay with this. Okay, now we can deal with the animals. Alright, so you get the last of the fire put out. They're doing their thing. Pronger here. You're supposed to be immune to that. Are you not immune? I thought that was one of the things the Sanguiphage were immune to... lung rot. Oh, I get it. You can get rot stink, but you cannot get... So you can get this, which makes your people unhappy. You just can't get the actual dangerous part. Let's see. Some of you may die, but that's a risk I am willing to take. Yep. And so with that, You are really hurting yourselves, aren't you? The really poor Izelle there is just being left to die. Granted, Izelle is also holding her own there, despite every one of her teammates just tagging her shot after shot. All right, go ahead and get out there, I guess. You're gonna lose the bio parry from that, but 20 bio parry is not worth getting worked up over. Alright. Dumb question. How do you supply air to a pawn in the rocket ship in Oni? Mid-flight? Oh, mid-flight? I don't know. I thought you had to, like, get it set up before you took off. Oh, right. You. Go grab that and haul it now. You grab that, haul it now, so that we can at least spare those parts. So we still actually have all our dromedaries on the map. We'll do that. That's a neat idea. You don't... I don't know, you're just memeing? Yeah, no, when you're, rocket in Oni? Yeah, when you're in mid-flight, I don't think you can. So how do you store air on the ship? I thought there was, there's a vent on the ship that you can put oxygen into the vent. And it has like a, an oxygen canister on the ship. Like when you build the ship, you know where you can do like one layer, here's the like here's the oxygen tank, one layer, here's this, one layer, there's that. I did that, no air vent went in? I don't remember, man. It's been a while. I'm pretty sure if you click on the air thing and choose like the little book picture, it'll actually tell you what to do. But yeah, no, I don't remember. It's been a while since I've launched the rocket. These days with the teleporters and like the things between hand, there's like very little need to use the rocket anymore. You just use the teleporter to get one person to the other, and then use the supply machine to just feed stuff back and forth between yours. Alright. So all that's fine. Meanwhile, let's go here and inspect. Or not inspect. Get back to shoving people in this to try and get negative traits. Pretty soon we're gonna need to go in here. That's actually a lot of negatives on that one. Ball doesn't need to be stored there. It doesn't really do anything in its own. Strong and Blood Feeder are ones we're not going to end up using for this. Hideous, Strong Stomach we can... Strong Stomach might actually make the cut. Nearsighted and Pain, Reduced Pain. So that's Metabolic 1. Metabolic 2, so that'll actually be good for us. Yeah, that's something you probably have to look up. I just don't know it off the top of my head. Because like I said, it used to be when Spaced Out first came, you really did need to use the rocket ship. I also think in the original Oni before Spaced Out, you really did use the rocket ship to do any of the stuff. But once we got, I can't remember if it was like Spaced Out or Next, where they got the teleporters back and forth, like the teleporters handled most of your effort. You can still use the rocket ship for some of the other things. Like I think there were other planetoids that didn't have the teleporter. Like the oh yeah, that was right. The first, I think it was the first other planet had the teleporter thing to it. And then you need the rockets after that? I don't remember. It's been so long since I bothered doing a full playthrough. The ship is useful for cargo hauling. Yeah, like I said, generally though, I found it much easier to set up the cabinet thing that teleports back and forth between it. set up a filter there. It's got a bottleneck on it and how much it can carry, but it's just one of those things I never really needed it to. I never really needed to move that many materials between the planetoids. It's always like I need to move something like oil or like one specific material in bulk, and that was kind of it. So it's just not a thing. It's a challenge for me because Oxygen Not Included, so far as streaming, is definitely one of those games that I can indulge a little bit, but the viewer starts like really drop off real fast. Once you start getting to the point where things stop going quickly. And then, you know, as a content creator, it basically forces my hand to do something else. Like very genuinely, I can't stick to it. I'm honestly worried that this particular time that Oxygen Not Included is getting there faster than I'm used to. I'll need to actually compare some numbers. Because we've only done about 3 streams of it so far. Where are you? That's not what I'm looking for. That's looking up the game categories thing. I want to check my own streams thing. So we got conversion on Koala. That's fine. I'll put you on maintain only now. It's weird that I have to like manually go in there and tell them to extract the genes. Yeah, do they have some research? Yeah. That's what I was trying to do, is see if I could pull up my recent streams, and I know I can, and compare like during the stream segment. Oh, come on. Like, if we see a trend towards Oxygen Not Included. Yeah, so... yeah, so last stream, underperformed. The stream before that did alright. And then the stream before that, which is the first one for Oni, was on par. Yeah, so it's not obvious, but it did, like, we did see, you know, a significantly lower turnout for the beginning part of the stream than I often have for the Oni portion. That some of the other games I've been playing on the channel just did better, which is just the way it is. And a one-off day isn't enough to make any type of judgment call. Like, that's kind of the thing. It's just, like I've said in the past, usually it was somewhere around the point of, like, 4 or 5 days or so of Oni, and that was usually about as far as I could push it. Alright. So meanwhile... we have had once or twice been able to go way longer when there's like a major update or something dropped, but that's an outlier. That's also what usually happens to a lot of the factory automation games and tycoon games. Any of those games that you start getting the larger and larger and larger projects, usually it's because when you have people join in the game early on, and they can see you starting to set up stuff, they kind of follow what's going on. Even if they don't really know the game, they can kind of see it slowly come together. But once you miss a stream or two, or you try and jump in late, you have no idea what's going on, and it's very hard to watch it and have it be interesting if you're not already knowledgeable about that game. And even sometimes it can be, like Factorial's those ones that you can get to such a big scale. If you jump in later in to try and watch it, even if you know Factorio, just because you don't know the layout of, like, my factory, you'll end up sitting there being like, alright, why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? What's going on over here? That it can be very hard for people to stick with. That's also the same with story-driven games. It's fine when it's kind of like in-out story-driven games, so like one that you're going to knock out in 2, 3, 4 streams, and then it's done. That's not too bad. But when you get to these games like Baldur's Gate, there's like, it goes on and on and on kind of thing, you do get into that situation where sooner or later you miss a stream or two and you're like, why are we going here? What's happening? What's this? that it's hard to enjoy the story anymore because you've completely lost what's going on. Robust, aggressive, awful mining furry tail. That might be... I think that's more negative than positive, so that would also potentially be good. Those 100+ hour games, JRPGs is a perfect example, yeah. Well, it's like the JRPGs, a lot of the ones like your Baldur's Gate, like again, really, really good game. It was one of those things when it came out, because it was such an outlier of how good of a game it was, you did have a lot of people who stuck around for one playthrough, which is an abnormal thing for those style of games. But it was once you saw one playthrough, you never watched another playthrough with a lot of people, for the most part. Like, once you saw the story, the moment the next person went into it, you kind of jumped to the next person, unfortunately. And it's understandable. It's super long. Baldur's Gate 3. We're just talking in general, games that have a very long story. Oh, baby prep. I totally forgot you're about to have a baby. Hang on. Baby food, due until you have 10. And baby food, due until you have 10. If there's even a baby happening here. I also need to go. Who's even having the baby? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so Earth is having the baby. Alright, so we'll put a crib in here. Furniture. I'll make it limestone since I know I got limestone laying around. But see, you feel like story games only work in two situations. One, a game you'll never get to, or two, you play an older RPG for the nostalgia. Even those, like, there's been a lot of people going back and playing games like Chrono Trigger and all that, which is an amazing game. Even those, it is one of those ones, if you watch the viewership of that game, usually the strongest viewership will be that first stream, and it'll kind of slowly work its way down with each subsequent stream. And it's just a matter of, when you started, was it higher enough than your average viewership, that as it runs down and it starts to go below your average, does it end up okay? Another round of alpha beavers? Okay. But yeah. Alright, so Earth also needs a death rest. Yeah, so you're death resting for a while. Let's go ahead and get that going. None of you are set to actually hunt, right? Let's just make sure of that real quick. Yeah, so like Chrono Trigger is an amazing game. 100%, one of my favorite all-time like RPG games over all time. Would I go back and play it now? I've debated a few times. I saw it was on sale for like $5 or something recently. They've got like a PC re-release or something, or remaster or whatever. And even then I was like, okay, the nostalgia side of me was like, oh hell yeah. But the more pragmatic side of me is like, I know at most I might boot it up and get like a day worth of play and not counting streaming. And then I'll have other things I need to be doing or want to be doing or whatever, and it'll just rot. Like, that's kind of the same thing that happened with Secret Mana. Of like me and my older brother, we had like played that when we were kids together and all that. And with Tomb, we did. I don't remember if we even finished the playthrough. We may have, but it was definitely one of those things that it was 100% nostalgia. And once that nostalgia trip dropped, it was like, man, but I'd rather be doing other things. Like, it's an amazing game. Like, even today, it's an amazing game. But it's a game I've already beaten. And done all the things in. Like, I saw probably not all the endings, but like the vast majority of the endings. Because it also depends on the game. Some games are designed for multiple playthrough with different paths and characters that keep things fresh the second playthrough. There is some of that, yes. And that is certainly a factor. There are games that you can do, because again, we're talking streaming here. We're not talking good, bad, or otherwise game for outside. We're talking strictly from a content creator's perspective. if the game is long, usually it's still really, really hard to stream. Just again because people lose track of where you are in the story and all that, and it can make it very, very hard to enjoy when you're going, I don't know what's really happening, what's going on here, who is this person, why are we doing that thing? And you don't want to badger the poor content creator the whole time trying to figure out what the heck's going on. It's like when someone is watching a movie and they have to step away for 20, 30 minutes, and then you come back, you're like, what is this? Who is this guy in red? Why is he shooting Superman? I don't understand. When did this building destroy? What? They said New York City's gone. And it's like, you just missed too much. And so, like, that's where I was saying, you know, short story games are fine. Like, you can do those as content creators. Like, that's the reason why a lot of, like, the Fallout and Skyrim games can work. Because, sure, you can sink hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours in those games. But if you stick to, like, the main quest, you can knock out any of the Fallout games, like, any of the modern Fallout games and, Skyrim. You can get through those pretty quick. But do you find good solo games or multiplayer games, making your own server like Ark Survival, a lot more fun to self-play than watch multiplayer on streams? I find a lot of those survival games nowadays, they balance with multiplayer in mind in a way that I consider bad. That I think it's good for people who are into the multiplayer, but it is one of those things that you end up booting up the game and you realize just to get the thing you want, you're going to have to put in, you know, 30, 40 hours of grinding because they expect, you know, they don't expect one person to grind out the materials. They expect to get like 3, 4 people together and collectively go and like one of you's working on this and one of you's working on that, one of you's working on this, or like collectively you all go and start grinding it together so you can kind of have that shared, not having to juggle fighting the enemy and, you know, getting the materials that you can knock down the enemy and get a bunch of materials. And a lot of them will have where you can adjust the stats to make it not quite so cumbersome. But I do find more and more of them, they're like, you can play solo. You're like, right, but it really is balanced with you playing as like a whole group. Like, you're physically capable of playing solo. But it's not balanced or designed with solo play in mind. And there's definitely ones that are worse than others. Alright. So we got that group of the Alpha Beavers. Did any of you get hurt real bad? No, not really. And Shadowworks fine, though? You tried Valheim, so it was miserable, you just quit. Yeah, that's, I played Valheim a number of times with buddies, and I started a number of runs solo. And it was definitely one of those ones that you got to a certain point, you're like, this is just not fun. Like, I'm enjoying sailing the ship around and exploring the map. But the moment I gotta start grinding something like iron, it really quickly gets annoying. Because I'm just sitting here, you know, I'm not getting a whole lot of time actually getting the iron. I'm spending a whole lot of time, you know, dealing with the slime and dealing with the next thing. And it's not like, oh, game too hard or anything like that. It gets to the point where it's like, this is monotonous. I'm not enjoying this anymore. Like, the building aspect, I actually dislike that so much of the building aspect is locked behind the tech tree. I think it's fine, I get why it is. But that's some of the fun I had sometimes, just literally, you know, chucking down some stuff, making yourself like a port city or whatever. I'm trying to get these out. I really wish they'd stop scattering and just fight me. Oh, they're tainted, that's fine. Alright, last Alpha Beaver, I believe, is down there. Let's see, you laugh whenever someone says you can play Echo solo. It's like, sure, you can play it solo. You can also make a car solo. But do you really want to do every single process yourself? Yeah, it's kind of where I was going with that. There's just like a lot of the survival crafter games, specifically that genre, that they are balanced with you playing with buddies in mind, which again, I think is fine. But it makes it a lousy experience if you want to play solo. And I generally tend to prefer my games solo. Like, that said, I do enjoy doing multiplayer stuff. Like, very genuinely. But as far as, like, gameplay, when I'm relaxing in the evening, most of the time I just want to not have to deal with other people and juggling all those things. I just want to hop in my game and play. You're already up to 100 hours, mostly because build a village and it's still early access. Oh yeah, nuts, like, let's see, you remember getting RG is easy and your friend flying around Pterodactyl and living up to 90 with trank darts? I didn't play enough Ark, but that was a game that I tried to play, like, again, the solo versus multiplayer thing. I booted that up solo, and I played for a while, but I remember it's like, tame this dinosaur. It's like, okay, this is gonna take, you know, an hour or something in real life time. I was like, oh, okay, that's fine, I guess. And I had to, like, grind the berries, and then they would expire or whatever. And there's little things like, this is really tedious. Like, I'm not enjoying this. But again, I think it was a problem of, it was made with you know, having 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 people running around doing stuff, so you could have, like, the person who, you know, is going out schlepping around, getting the berries and all that. And then, you know, you have the other person who's... let's see, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out which ones we want to get rid of. You know, the other person's doing the time to, like, get the other dinosaur or whatever you want, and then this person's, you know, going over here and getting this thing you want. Like, you're splitting up responsibilities and tasks. Which I think there's good for that. But every time I've talked to people, I was like, oh yeah, you gotta go through and really alter, like, you gotta really tone down the requirements for a bunch of stuff and speed up the time you're gonna play it on your own. Like, man, well, why don't they have, like, a, I want to play this on my own setting? Let me just boot in the play it by myself setting. You know, please just give me that option so I don't have to, like, guess everything. Because that's kind of my pain point with all of it, is when you're trying to go through and figure out, like, I should, you know, like, where's the setting? Like, that's when a game balances around solo play but allows multiplayer. Like, Project Zomboid falls in that category. So when you do multiplayer, you gotta do a lot of finagling with your server settings and all that to get it to be even fun. Like, you can boot it up, like, once in a while and just horse around real fast on your default settings, but usually you gotta, like, turn up the zombie pops and do all that stuff. Whereas playing the game by yourself, just booting up, you can have a fun time just hitting Apocalypse and go. You can certainly fine-tune it to your preferences, but you can have a fun time. But Apocalypse and go with multiplayer, you destroy an entire city in a matter of, like, an hour or two and go, this is boring. Like, this is just not interesting. Where are the zombies? Because the game is balanced around solo. So you have to figure out all those settings. Then you have other games on the other end, like games like Ark and, you know, all that they are really balanced around multiplayer, which gives you the opposite thing, that the multiplayer works really well, but then you go to play solo and you're like, this is super grindy, I'm not enjoying this. I think one of the few games, and I didn't play it much myself, so this is, again, vicariously. Alright, so the only one that's got a really good way to get through my wall is those grenades. They do have an incinerator, which is very scary, and the assault rifle is a little bit of a problem. Honestly, a lot of these guns are a bit of a problem. And unfortunately, they're going to be attacking from the wrong side for me to dump them on the NPCs. And I still have 2 people down in death rest for over a day. So we're definitely not going to want to outrange them. So we're going to set this to safe first. Now, if they come straight at this, they're going to actually hit kind of by my kill box. The incinerator is the gun that scares me the most here. Alright, let's start getting our people set up. We are just gonna have to fight with what we got. It's not like they're gonna sit back. This is potentially a really dangerous fight. They got a lot of ranged firepower here. And I have, of the people up here, 3 of them can't participate. Where are you going? Don't breach into my hospital. This is not ideal. Okay. We might be able to make this work. Oh, they're gonna be in there long before I'm in position. They might just go on a big kidnapping spree, and this might just be all I need. So the problem is, me and the incendiary have close to the same range, so it's not like I can outrange and kite it. If I'm in its range, it's in mine. I'm curious if they'll just kidnap. Because once we go in, we can get them split up. No, they're going for it. Alright, so that incendiary is going to be a real problem. And there's going to be no cover to no cover, and there's not really a way around it. So the plan here is basically Leroy Jenkins. What we're going to do is run everyone over here. You, my friend, rush that thing. I want you to just jump right in on this thing as soon as you get around that corner. Get on you. Okay, you're going for that. I want you to... Stop grenading the prisoners. There's no need for it. You jump on the sniper. That's exactly what we didn't want. The ghoul did not get to their target in time. Alright, you jumped too late. You try and go for it. You go save them before they burn alive. So surprisingly, they did retreat in a meaningful time. What's your deal? I'm just not gonna deal with it. No, save the sword, save the sword. Please save the sword. Save the sword. Save the sword. Oh, schedule on restrict. What? Alright. I don't care about the other stuff. Save that sword. That sword's an expensive sword. Alright, so downside is they did compromise this whole thing. It's destroyed. It's gonna take a minute. So the good news is nobody died. That actually didn't go as bad as I thought it was going to. It was definitely not staged well. I think I may have missed it. They may have friendly fired each other. Because I am seeing they killed a couple of the prisoners. I don't know how this prisoner got out here. But they were just grenading everything. And I think because they just went grenade happy.
Thank you, Serverlord, for gifting a sub to the _ins.
Alright. And thank you, Serverlord, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Ints. And the Ints, you got yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that support. It means a heck of a lot. Medical emergency on... Yeah, that's just unfortunate. You're just going to have to live or not live with that. Do we have any of our doctors up? Yeah, so... Where's the injured one? Oh, you won't put any of them in there because they don't have rooms. It is what it is. So we're probably going to lose all of those people there. Just because they have to rebuild all that. A bunch of them are going to have medical emergencies because they got shredded by grenades. And I can't just not be bothered to deal with it. We'll fix it as we can. If they survive, cool. If not, We need to thin those numbers out anyways. Okay, so the prison's back online. Cool, so we did only lose 2 prisoners despite them being standing into a bunch of grenades. Chat, bear with me a moment. I'm gonna quickly use the restroom, and my wife just got home, so I'm gonna quickly welcome her home, and I'll be right back. So thank you again so much for that. I do apologize it's happening right after the ad break. I just didn't know when she was gonna get home, so I'm gonna quickly run down, do that, and I'll be right back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just going to keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. Ooh, actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? And this is March. This is the best month. And the reason it's best month is we're gonna go, woo, happy birthday to me. I just need to park it on the space and I push a button and the logs vanish from the ether. Oh my god, all these logs that are sideways. Okay. There, fixed. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's really bad, that's really bad. Get up, get up, get up, get up. And we're safe. Whew. Nah, it's fine. We weren't moments away from death. Yeah, when I yelled, So let's get all of this out of the way. I don't know why I'm staring at hooves underneath the surface of the world. What? We don't have any animals with hooves. Why are we staring at hooves? Okay. Certainly that's a thing.
Every day, I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you.
All right. Of course. Of course. Just kind of the mental image of this person. They're in the zombie apocalypse. They're walking around with a machete. They got this giant backpack they're holding on their side. And just every couple minutes, they're just reaching in there, grabbing like a fish fillet, just right out of there, just shoving in their. Let's see. You haven't played or heard of Enshrouded? Is that a good game? Oh, Enshrouded was a survival crafter early access. It's got some really slick building mechanics. They really like. I've seen people do like full dwarf bases where they dig down underground and build an entire underground base and all that. Did I eat yet? No, I have not, and I'm not taking a break to deal with it right now, Luxray. In this stream, I've already taken way too many breaks. It's just the way it is. Just, you know, timing is what it is. I messed up on keeping track of a schedule, and so it's resulted in we normally have 1 5-minute break. We've had like 3 of them. Alright. So I did lose only 2 prisoners. That's fine. We needed to knock down the numbers. Let's see, is there anyone else we want to put in here? Not really. What I need is components. I need a trade caravan to come with components. The last few haven't. I don't have fabrication yet. We do have a book for it. Who is our researcher? Why is our researcher completely stalled out? So we have you, our cooking. Oh, that's right. I had you taken off of that, so we would have more capacity for stuff. And you used to be our crafter, and you're our researcher. We also have Zariad here or whatever. But the problem with that is they're wardening, so let's take them off wardening. That's the issue we've got, is I've just got so many prisoners that need food constantly. That is just one of those things that, like, it just isn't getting, like, things aren't getting done. I have too many prisoners. But we are not really gaining too much more hemogen. We've been kind of holding right around this 250, 270 range for a long time. Yeah, no, we killed 2 prisoners ourselves earlier. And then in that last raid where they breached the wall and then they started grenading in here, they killed 2 more. So we have knocked the prisoners down a decent amount. We don't want to kill off too many prisoners because it might have some difficulty getting replacements. One thing that I would like to do is with the anomaly, if we can get, once we get the ghoul enhancements, I want to get the advanced rituals and the phylophagy. Because with the phylophagy, I can start stealing skills from people, like to just give myself more levels and things. I want to say it uses shards, so it's a little pricey, but eh. For the moment, we're basically in a holding pattern until the components settle. It'll just keep people cooking. We also have a baby on the way, so that's gonna be not helping Earth very much. Earth is moving at only 50% speed right now. So that means Earth, so far as their job, which is to grow stuff, is really starting to slow down. Yes, I can also probably take you off cooking for right now. And don't worry about hauling. Hey, Mark, how's it going? We're slowly smoothing out the floor in here to get our ideology room done. Yeah, so our crafting kind of drugged to a halt there. That's doing fine here. Which is why we haven't been getting these paths done, is we just stopped cutting brick entirely. Yeah, the minimap is a mod in the top right, yes. That is the, where are you at? Dubs Mint minimap. I mostly like it because back before 1.5, where now you get, like, the highlights, it can be sometimes very hard to spot individual units moving around the map, so you'd have, like, enemies on your map you just didn't see, because, like, when the event happened, you just failed to notice, like, one was off of their own down there or whatever. There's apparently a bolt action on the edge of the map for some reason. But, like, you'd miss that stuff and get yourself in lots of trouble with it. Alright, so we have cultists. Okay, the cultists are coming as one big group. They only have a couple of submachine guns and that. So, a lot coming in. I missed which one they're doing. They're gonna try and summon beasts. Are you getting out? Okay. We're gonna wait just a second for Clary to stop. Store. I can't wait. I forgot. They, like, do this very aggressively. That's actually the big mistake, is waiting on this. So the real challenge here is I'm very short range. So I'll try and beta as many of the melee people as we can. And give our ranged people cover. I may have bitten off more than we should. I'm gonna need you to shoot way faster, friends. Okay, luckily, since we're all Sanguiphage, even our not melee pawns are able to hold themselves up in melee pretty well. Oh, you're literally just bruised. You're not even bleeding. Did I forget to grab your sword? I don't think I grabbed your sword. So we gotta keep moving. Alright. If you go in there, you're probably getting absolutely pumped full of ammo. Ghoul, you run the charge. The rest of my range team, there's not really a good place. So you go ahead and set up here. It's not going to be clean. That's not good. The ghoul went down on their way in, so they didn't tie up anyone. Okay, what do we got? We got the 2 bolts. Alright, so the heavy submachine gun. Let's actually jump over here on you. To try and keep that down. You all back off and try and bait them around the corner real fast. Alright, Clary is ready. Get Clary to start heading down this way. Drop him, please. Drop him, please. Drop him, please. Gear. So, pop this, pop your backpack. Get to the edge of it. Involuntary death rest. You're back up. Just use that to buy myself a little bit of time. I'm assuming they succeeded. It stunned them. Oh no! Claria got the hit on the one doing the ritual. Okay. So you get over here. Involuntary death rest. You just keep doing your thing, Claria. This is bad. There's just nowhere for me to go that isn't getting thrashed. You got knocked down in one. Alright, you got stunned. I want to move you to cover. Finish the one with no cover, please. Alright, move up. Flank them. Alright, well that was a total disaster. Okay, so we did kill them all. But like everybody got down just about. The good news is we are all vampires, so why are you... Oh, you're not actually down. You got back up. Hold up. Okay, are you involuntary? You also have death refusal. Okay. So, grab your weapon. Those two are gonna deal with that real fast. You lost a lung. You don't have to worry about bleeding out. You're not down kind of thing, so coagulate them. You'll get up on your own. What about you? You're just bruised. You coagulate. Alright, the two of you go beat the crap out of this guy. Gonna get back up. Alright. So, rescue you. Rescue you. Rescue you. We'll rescue who we can. No one should die because, again, we are all sanguiphage. Exotic goods trader ship. That's cool. Why am I bleeding? What happened? We had a whole cultist raid show up. And unfortunately we had multiple people death resting while it was going on. And we're just doing what we can. You're gonna get downed again. We're gonna have a lot of people in involuntary death rest for a while. I'm getting who I can back. But like everybody's struggling. Involuntary death rest on Calaria's Star. Okay, what's your deal? Consuming a meal. Okay, you're not sleeping yet. Rescue them. I was unlucky then? Oh no, it was basically everything got thrown at us. just number-wise, this whole thing. And it was well as once, like, with the ritual people, you can't just, like, wait. It kind of forces your hand to be like, no, we need to go now. Alright, so somewhere in here is the Masterwork shotgun. No, he may have already had it. So go haul that back, because everyone's missing their weapons. You're rescuing Calaria. We have starvation on Earth. And Earth is still about to pop. Can't wait to see everyone death resting and the baby have no one to deliver them. I mean, I've still got people up. Like, a lot of these ones, we've already treated their bleeds and all that. There's a couple who still need to be patched up, but... we're getting there. I need you to be fed soon. You're hauling a gun. You're resting, which means no, you're not. We can go to Lardine. Let me... Alright, there we go. Feed you. Yeah, so I just had too many people. Our wealth in the colony is getting bigger. We can't really afford to have that, like, more sanguiphages. Just with the food, or where? Yeah, with the hemogen, we are holding. But yeah. The good news is a lot of them should get up relatively quickly. So you'll feed them. Then go grab your shotgun. You're resting in here, and your sword is in here somewhere, the Masterwork sword. There you are. Okay, I don't know why when you have a bunch of food, you're choosing to feed them twist. Oh, it's because it's the ghoul. Right, that checks out. I was like, I don't know why you're feeding the ghoul that when you have other people. So someone had a lung blown out, I saw that. Yeah, so Calaria lost a lung. Everyone else is mostly doing okay. You need to be treated. Yeah, that was... we held up really well against the melee swarm. Only one person went down, considering they got swarmed by like 10 people. It was just kind of when we had to push in on the guns that things got messy. We had one of our people I brought in there unarmed, which was a mistake. I forgot that they had dropped their weapon earlier. Okay, so someone else is up. The sentient cookie's up. So you get your food, and then you death rest. Blight on the hay grass. You know what? That's actually not that bad. The hay grass is detached from everything else. It'll be just the dromedary that suffer. Okay, Earth Rush is fully healed, because it's another benefit of being the sanguiphage is just the fact that they get up pretty easy. The only ones that won't are the ones that got forced into death rest. The ones that got forced into death rest will be down for a while. Cool. It's baby time. Gray or Grand, help Earth there. Don't just like watch them slowly wander. Okay. Let's have you haul that back. You haul that back. So that's your weapon and your weapon. I honestly think you're just using your uranium spear, so that's fine. Yeah, so get our actual proper weapons back so they don't just rot out there. Alright, come on, healthy baby. I know the hospital's healthy baby. Heck yeah. So we're gonna have a brand new baby in the colony. So you're going to go ahead and feed the baby. So let's go ahead here and go to baby schedule. Urgent on everyone except for mom. So we do the baby food. Alright, Luxury, you take it easy. So we got our baby here now. So let's pop in here. So baby is going to be named. And that's going to be Mark. Cool. And now the real question is, with baby here, can we make baby vampire right now? Baby will be vampire. Genes reimplanted. Congratulations, Mark. You are only a couple minutes old, and you already desire human blood. They grow up so fast. Yeah, so the baby is actually born as baseliner when they're born of a sanguiphage. But we immediately turn them in. Because the idea is I want to go ahead and make them sanguiphage now. Because now, baby is immortal. And immune to almost all disease and scars and all that stuff. Hey, also, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we're actually kind of short on a lung right now. Oh, hey, please feed the ghoul. Okay, someone's already on it. So better not be breastfeeding the little one. Immortal say, don't you need to feed the baby then? I mean, you'd still get downed from starvation. You'd go into involuntary death rest, I believe. So what I was going to say is, I hate to be the bearer of bad news for the prisoners. We are currently short on a lung. So that's going to be a thing. So, you know, if you just go ahead and give me a lung. I know I've got the mech healing serum, but right now I have an availability of replacement organs. Cool. So Kalaria, who's currently in death rest, let's go ahead. We happen to have a spare lung we just found. Don't worry about its source. It was ethical. Let's go ahead and replace that lung. Why am I not seeing it? Not harvest lung. Where's in there? We way down there. Yeah, nuts the whole thing. I'd rather keep the keep all that for other things. Alright, Grayson. Grande Clay. You're one of my best doctors. Don't botch it. And just like that, Kalari is good as new. With a brand new, freshly delivered lung. It's like nothing ever happened. Now, the big problem we have is half my colony is an involuntary death rest. Because that was a real messy fight. On the plus side, all those colonists got their death rest out of the way. Involuntarily. And we should be good now that we did haul back all the weapons. What are you? Oh, you're a tainted one from someone who got into a fight and died. And I'm not super worried about all the heavy SMGs laying out there. Those would be nice to have. But we are leaning on going hard with the submachine guns. We did burn that shield. I probably should have done it earlier. I forgot we had looted that way in the past. It would have been really nice to have that. Yeah, but I wanted to get making Mark into a sanguiphage out of the way right away. And the reason I want to do that right away is so that we wouldn't lose learning time to try and max out Mark as much as possible while they're a child. So by hitting Mark right when they're a baby, they spend part of their baby in the changing genes coma thing. And then they'll be free of that by the time they're a kid. Alright, so people are managing to get up one by one. Luckily we did get enough food set aside. Alright. Yeah, so you're getting close to being done with your death rest. You're getting close to being done with your death rest. Yeah, so all the ones who got involuntarily death rest are going to be up soon. And the good news is it looks like we're already making our bioferrite, I say already, we're finally making our bioferrite longswords. Those will be nice. Part of me almost wonders if I would be better served for a lot of our people, just as we get good bioferrite longswords, giving them a shield belt and saying you're not range anymore, get in there. And just meleeing about everything. The only one that'd be really terrifying with that would probably be the Impids. Everything else would probably go okay. Because then in groups like that other one we just ran into, we would draw the melee over to us, shred them real fast, and then the moment it got to range, just leap on top of all the range. Force the cover not to matter. The shield belts protect us from the early fire. And minimize their time on target. Because they should be able to one-on-one anyone with like a chain shotgun with a sanguiphage, you know, decked out with a bioferrite longsword and all that. So slowly convert ourselves into a melee colony. It won't help with a lot of stuff. That's the only reason the hesitation there. Alright, so Bentley's back up. So let's find the chain shotguns. There's a couple extras in here now. There you are. Pronator's spear should be in here somewhere. It's a regular quality uranium spear. There's our chain shotgun at the top for when I need it. There's Kalaria's star. Kalaria's the one been rocking the all-important nerve spiker, the legendary one. Yeah, so everyone's re-equipped. Cool. You are a baby. You are a vampire baby. We immediately made you a vampire. Like, they carried you to your crib and they made you a vampire on the spot. That way we get that out of the way before you're a child so it doesn't disrupt your time in school. Look, we care about our children in this colony. Does that mean you're a baby forever? So no, so you'll still age up until you hit adulthood like normal, and then you'll immediately stop. Because that would be a really awful challenge run. A challenge run where you do the sanguiphage thing, but you get babies that never age up. So you just keep slowly increasing the number of babies until you just can't handle it anymore. There has to be a B movie named Vampire Baby. Probably. That's definitely a movie you would catch at, like, the, like... That was almost bad. The foam came up real fast. Alright, just need to top off my drink. There we go. Let's see, there's definitely a musical play named Dracula Baby, but it's not about a baby vampire, alas. Oh. I hope it's like a super cringy musical that's got like semi like weird romance songs between Dracula and all that. I wouldn't actually want to watch it, but it would be weird and interesting. That's not going as I planned. Alright, that's fine. Deal with all that later. Okay, a dreadful monument. I mean, the Archite would be fun, but no. They're getting all the hay grass redone. The dromedaries are going to have a bad time. You apparently decided to stop worrying about the rest of the blight. I see how it is. There we go. It's amusing, but yeah, pretty cheesy. It sounds like one that'd be cheesy, but hey, you know what? Sometimes a good, almost like nauseatingly cheesy movie can be a good time. Or musical and all that. You are set to accept the hemogen. Yeah, I don't understand why you're just leaving it in heaps on the floor in here. Like, we've got people dedicated to hauling. I mean, everyone here who doesn't have another responsibility is hauling as their next responsibility. And that's literally... Oh, right. Well, I mean, at this point, Senji Cookie probably doesn't have anything left to mine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Senji Cookie's already run out of mining, so Senji Cookie should just be hauling now. It's whatever. It's one of those things where, like, partly we want another colonist, but partly also... Yeah, we need rituals going on. What ritual would we even do right now? So chronophagy is not necessary. We are immortal. Psychophagy... Skip abduction, void provocation, draw animals. We could do a void provocation the moment Lux Ray's up, which should be any time now. And that would get everyone to stop whining about the rituals because we did do. Rocky Horror Picture Show? Yeah, Rocky Horror Picture Show, but that's more fever dream than anything. Rocky Horror Picture Show is fun. But that is a really weird one out there. Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is schedule everyone to stay inside the safe zone. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this thing for a void provocation. So you probably have the highest. No, Cookie's actually super low. Interesting. Usually whenever you have like a deal maker kind of thing, they usually are super high. Oh, so you're terrible at that. You're gonna be terrible as... Oh, actually, you're fine. Okay. So we're gonna do avoid provocation, because now that we're ritualists, since it's been a while since we've done a ritual, our characters are just kind of going, I want a ritual. Why haven't we have a ritual? Can we have a ritual? It's been 30 seconds. I mean, this is probably our first ritual for the run. There. So now if we go in here, they'll be like, yay, we did a ritual. Where is it? Involved in a psychic ritual. So we're still missing our faction thing down here. We got to keep getting that all cleaned up. Cross-dressing space vampires who love song and day-old made during the movie. Yeah, it's the whole thing. If you're into trash movie and musicals, please go watch The Apple from 1980. I have not heard of that one. Alright, so you'll be up within a day. So things we're going to need to worry about here. Oh, first, you should not be a doctor. Alright, so there's a very real chance we might be facing gray flesh or whatever. We'll have to wait and see what actually happens. But until it happens, you know, who knows? Another thing we should probably do is furniture. Get that all set up. Ideology. Of course, I would make it so you can't center it. It's fine. I can center it on that side. Death Pall. You know what? We should actually just okay inside our perimeter. If we just don't leave our perimeter, we should just be fine. All the corpses are already cleaned out. Yeah, these are gonna resurrect like hell down there. But you know what? We have been very efficient on eating everything that died in our area.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Vampire Baby 66.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Vampire Baby 66. I appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. With stuff like that, I always wait for just like someone to show up. It's like, why did I have a sub gifted to me over here? You're like, oh, you have a name Vampire Baby 66? I have questions I don't want answered. I would much prefer these questions remain as unanswered as possible. Don't be the Revenant. Okay, it's a Gore Hulk. False alarm, Gore Hulk. I was like, don't be the Revenant right now. That would be very inconvenient. I'm actually really surprised this Revenant hasn't broken out yet. Because the Revenant gets out there, it's going to go right for that side door. And I am not chasing a Revenant around in a Death Pall. That is a no-perino. Speaking of which also, we probably do need to go over here. And as best we can, how do I want to do this? We put one light down here to cover this area. And another light up here-ish. To cover that. Yeah, so unfortunately the angles I put that, I'm gonna need a couple of big lights. It's fine. And that should all be covered. I don't really care about that corner that bad. These are all lit up over here. That's all lit up. The inside of the kill box we won't need to worry about. The outside of the kill box, on the other hand, there we go. So that should take care of all that. I probably should go in here. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I don't have the components. Now, as I recall, I'm gonna need to build some columns in here for it to be happy. So we're gonna go in here, we're gonna go structure, columns. I'm gonna go ahead and make those out of slate since I have slate. And I'll get that going. Alright, we also are on the watch for more of those things. Now, if we go for the anomaly ending, I'm gonna want to give myself basically almost like a tunnel down to here. I found that to be very, very effective for anomaly, is to try your best to give yourself a safe route to this thing. That way, when the anomaly escalates to its absolute max, you can just deal with it. There's so many shamblers everywhere. Alright, so you've got that, so let's move this symbol in here. Don't take apart the conduit, just the ideology symbol. Alright, and we'll let that build and we'll wait to do more until that's done. We're going to go ahead and go in here as well. I'm going to paint the floor in there dark red. Just because we can. We can go ahead and do the ideology color for this. And this. That's the ideology color. And honestly, this. I can leave that the way it is for right now. I'll probably do, like, the temple, I haven't decided how I want to approach that. Because the ideology color is a deep purple. I must have been carrying that in when I canceled it. The incinerator seems like such a dangerous thing for me to have in this colony. Because all of our people being sanguiphages are extremely flammable and very scared of fire. So, that is a real dangerous thing to have floating around. Alright, so you need death rest. Because you're one of the few people who didn't get involuntary death rest. Why aren't you up yet? Oh, you're about to be up any second now. That's fine. Alright, so Death Pulse should wear out. But yeah, you can see that we've got pretty decent-sized groups of Shamblers here, and all that. From where all those big raids happened, I didn't get a chance to clean up the bodies. Alright. People are doing their best to haul and clean and build. So yeah, other than the one person death resting, everyone's back in full capacity, ready to rock and roll. We do have specialized limbs. I probably could go... Oh wait, don't I have the hidden weapons? I thought we've researched that. Oh, we can make the power claws. Alright, so as soon as we're able to get the, as soon as we're able to get the components being produced, we need to give Luxray a pair of power claws. Because they're our supersonic speed ghoul. And nothing says, get wrecked, like a ghoul running at you at Mach 10 and then just power clawing right through your armor. Because the power claws do pretty ridiculous damage, it's just, they slow you down. Alright. So this should wear out soon. Because it usually only lasts like 2-3 days. That's kind of the ones that, I'm a little tempted to see what happens if you have like a permanent death pall. And just basically hang out in your base, like just enclose your base. Because I imagine every raid and all that would show up would just contribute to the death pall army. Because you'd fight and then everything that died would just get back up. And so after a good couple of raids rolling in, just anything show up, you just have the army of shamblers go after it. That said, if I remember correctly, I think Deathpall can lead to Shambler Assault. If that you get enough Shamblers up, that they do aggress you. I'm not sure on that one. Usually it's not a problem I've had to worry about. Yeah, he's gonna... Alright, so Deathpall is clearing. So we don't go outside yet. We got all these. They're not going to give me anything for re-killing them. We already got the goodies out of it. So basically we just wait for the Shamblers to fall down, and then everyone's free to go back out. And what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to do a ritual each time, like, we have the buff here. Where are you? There was the one for doing a... Oh, it might be already gone. Never mind, that's too frequent to do. Okay, so we've got a sun blocker nearby. We're gonna wait on that. I will deal with it. But right now, it's not really worth me taking the time when I can wait half a day. All the Shamblers fall down. Then we run off the map real fast and deal with it. Yeah, so you got 3 hours left. I saw one with 7. 8 hours, 9 hours. Yeah, it's looking like 9 hours is the longest. So yeah, about not quite half a day. After which point we could just caravan off the tile, slap down the sun blocker, and get back to it. Okay, so you did manage to make the longsword. So that's going to be better than your spear. Alright, we're almost ready to get out of here. Worker? Ah, to hell with that. Send him for half a season for, like, having some pennies thrown at you? No. Alright, so with that, let's go here. Schedule, you're unrestricted, have a good time. World, do this. Send caravan, return trip, accept. You can't go, so Proner's going as the melee group, and then Senshin and Zeliard will go with a couple of Dromedary for speeding the route up and all that. Get out of here. You done your job. You did good. Alright. We're gonna get them out of here real fast to deal with all that. In the meantime, anyone else able to hop into the thing? What negatives do Sanguinephage have that we would potentially want on a prisoner? Aggressive is fine. Tinder skin pyrophobia sounds just cruel. A person who can't move, who's just gonna lay there and be real upset about fire being anywhere nearby them. Sounds particularly awful. Go ahead and hop in the machine, Lardine. It sounds great. Let's get it. I'm also testing. I'm pretty sure you can't get the R-Site ones out of this. I'm pretty sure you can't. But I'll admit I haven't tested it heavily. So I'm down to tinker. But once we get another round of components in here, there's a good chance we'll be able to get the fabrication bench going. Why does it seem like our autocannon turret is just not getting done? Who is our research again? What's going on here? Oh, I mean, right now they're caravanning. That explained that. Like, things were flying along, and then suddenly the research... Like, we genuinely had the research just getting done super fast for a little while, and then it just stopped. And it's like, what happened? I'm pretty sure someone got reassigned. I actually like that. That's kind of a cool design, even if it's super cursed. Okay, so we're almost there. It's also okay because the sun is blocked while an eclipse is going on. So, cool. I'm not sure how we know an eclipse is going on. You extracted dark vision. Okay. Ben Lee can take a turn. Dark vision we'll go ahead and just not keep. Because we're looking for negatives. We're not using the biotech to get ourselves juiced. We're using the biotech to unjuice, weaken, cause grief for the other people. Alright, this looks like one we could just run in. We don't want to wake that up. There is a shield there. As long as we don't pop in here. I've had where there's been a proximity sensor inside there before. Once. Which normally there's nothing in there. But when it happened, it didn't show me that there was one in there until I revealed it. So I was already in the thing when it happened. All right. Got that, a component, some steel, some plasteel, and Audi. Oh, you know what we ought to do? I ought to grab like a big old stack of that medicine and caravan to our neighbor and see if I can't just trade with them. Cause you really like us. So there's a good chance we might be able to trade at one of their colonies for some components and caravan them back. So let's plan a caravanning trip for a couple of our pawns to go run off the map over there and go bring stuff back. I think that'd be good. Relationship. Yeah, like, groups like this, I can attack them, but I have no shortage of food. Food's not a problem. I have no shortage of blood bags. Blood bags aren't a problem. So I don't really need any of these things. Tinder skin plus what? Naked speed and blood feeder. Alright, that probably actually will work out decently. Insert the next one, which will be Claria Star. It's gonna be kind of weird deliberately doing that. Oh, Earth is doing that? Oh, I guess you are on crafting when there's no farming to do. Right, because everything paused growing for a little while. That's fine. Yeah, everything kind of paused getting done for a little bit there. while the sun was blocked. There is a good chance that that won't get done unless I manually tell Earth to do it here in a minute once the sun starts properly growing things. That's a lot of blood bags now. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing really good on a lot of that stuff. Alright. So, what I am going to do is, as I mentioned, we're going to form a caravan. We're going to go down here and run back up here, except I am going to grab Pottinger. We will grab U3 and the dromedaries. Travel supplies. I want to bring materials to sell. Let's grab all the leather that I'm not going to be using. Let's grab the go juice. And grab the Sai. Grab the jade. Travel supplies will override this. Grab the medicine. Grab the medicine. Grab the medicine. And we will send that. And the goal is to run over there and see if I can't get rid of all this stuff and then exchange all this stuff for, like, you know, components, like stuff like that. Components, advanced components, those kind of things. Okay, you're almost done. Okay. Super fast wound healing and strong melee damage. So, sadly, weirdly, I don't want that. It's good. I mean, we'll go ahead and store it. That's worth storing in case we do stuff later. I just don't have components to make more of those, so we just won't worry about grabbing any more genes until we, Like, I can't even do the thing where I put them together right now. Yeah, so you're eating, that's fine. Alright, they're getting out of here. Alright, so we're gonna basically drag a bunch of our wealth over there. Trade, gift, whatever we can to hopefully get ourselves some components to get things moving again. Or other goodies. I'm not picky. They're just moving Mark again and again. It is what it is. All right. Yeah, so they should arrive there first thing in the morning. We trade, gift, whatever, all the stuff we can, and we'll see what we get back. Because it honestly doesn't even matter what it gets used for. It's just, we're taking something we don't need and getting something we do. I just realized we could get this completely out of control real fast with just the number of sanguiphages. And just don't be the Revenant. Okay, Gore Hulk. I don't know how it keeps not being the Revenant. Because we've had, what, like 4 Gore Hulks break out now? And yet the Revenant still hasn't? Even though you should be... Yeah, you have, like, 2-year breakout rate and you have a 1-year breakout rate. Alright. Oh, nope, 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 don't do that. Alright. I don't really care that much how well you get taken care of. We will tend to you. Alright, so trade. Components, 53, advanced, Nutramine. Alright, so go ahead and take all the leather that we have. Take the Sai tea, take the Go juice. Take the Jade. I did not think this through. Apparently they don't want my medicine. I should have checked that beforehand. Alright, never mind the Nutramine. Never mind the advanced components. Look. I still have things I want. I really should have had you bring the money while you were with it. It's fine. Oh, okay. We're good. There we go. Cool, so we did get 53 components. That's good news. So, note to self, they don't care about that. Like, we are going to have to just bring money with us in the future. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I was like, we need wood. It's like, nah, it's laying out here. It's fine. But the point is that's 53 components. With 53 components, we can get some work done. So let's go up here to biotech. Gene assembler. Oh, you got some real long range. Okay. Yeah, so we can plunk you down here and start doing the gene assembler. And I'll get another gene bank. I'll put 2. We are going to want to start making flak clothing somewhere soon. Cool, free steel, love to see it. So who's supposed to be doing a research that's not getting done? So Prodiger was 1. Now it was, Zeliad. Right, and I made you do hauling, so let's take you off of hauling. Okay, so what do we got here? So we got the unhappy, very fast younger, but yeah, so weak immunity. Robust, aggressive, that. Tinder skin and all that. Nearsighted, reduced pain. The dark vision will sell. Strong stomach we might keep. And the super healing. Yeah, so that's fine there. You still are researching those books. We got a bunch of guns that are partially worn. You don't have much money, so don't worry about that much. I guess the more important question is, what do you have that I can buy before I go through all this? I'll take your medicine, I'll take your components. Don't really need the jump packs. So please take the flamethrower off my hands. That's just gonna get me killed. Okay, that'll do. Alright. So we got a couple more components and a little bit of medicine. We can get another sunblocker. So you already have a telescope. You're going to send me a sunblocker with 3 man-hunting tortoises. For 11 advanced components. And some, yes. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. So once again, we will send... Honestly, for the tortoises, I'll send... Well, actually, we'll send just Prodiger. We'll send you 3. So we can hopefully get some research done. And just like that, we also got some more advanced components. There, so we got the components in storage. So we're really actually doing pretty well in advanced components right now. It's regular components, but we did trade for them. Did they ever take them off the Dromdories? Are those still loaded? Ghoul enhancement, so that's good. So we're going to go for the advanced rituals. And then we're going to need to go here. That's not the right bench. We're going to go here. So, for the ghoul enhancements, I figure we give them the plating, the barbs, and the metal blood heart. I believe that'll give them as tanky as we can get for the ghouls. And we're going to fight the temptation to immediately produce, you know, 2 power fists and find ourselves in trouble because, you know, I burned 16 components immediately before fabrication's done. So hopefully getting you to properly focus on that. Yeah, because then we have just the compact weapons, the foam. Actually, we got a bunch of things over here. There's a couple of options it could be. Yeah, so I think they're still emptying the Dromdaries before they leave. From that trade caravan we sent. That should be fine. Right, because you're a researcher who's not been researching because we had to take care of other things for a while. Okay. Cool, so ready to go. I don't need to be bringing all the ones they're bringing. I'm going to leave it now, so just get out of here, but in the future I should just leave the calves. But yeah, so that was for a bunch of Jade and 11 advanced circuits. We're just going to go over, we're going to pop it, we're going to get one... we're going to probably get one component and a little bit of steel and some plasteel. That's the words I'm looking for. Alright, so ghoul plating is done, so let's go here and say, hey, operations, you want the ghoul plating. Gonna make Luxray just a little bit stronger. Cool. Alright, you're getting a foam turret. I don't really need that, but alright. I wonder, like, the foam turret, if it puts out fire, do you just, like, put it back here and just let fire foam at all your people? I've never actually used the foam turret at any point, at any time in any run. Cool. We have the ghoul barbs. And the goal here is just make Luxray as tanky as possible. And then we followed up by giving the power fists. And this is what we're up against, is a set of 3 turtles. And destroy the sunblocker, and we're good to go. Alright, so instead of making them manually pick it up, we can reform caravan, send you down here. Items, take it, take it, take it. And travel supplies, you got all. Cool. And just like that, we've got that all sorted out. It does make me wonder if we had, So that's the kinship of... Oh, that's actually 9 people there. But the kinship, which one's that one? Oh, I think they're not associated with anyone. That we could potentially actually invade some of those places. I almost never do the raiding because I hate the... Caravanning as a big group is always a mess. But some of these could be interesting. It's 2,000 silver. That is a lot. We haven't done that in forever in a run. I'm going to take my chances doing it because we're being evil. I couldn't tell you the last time I've done it. Okay, it hasn't reset them yet. I gotta wait for this caravan to actually get situated so I can send a team. But we're gonna send a big team, go over there, slap them real fast for 2,000 silver. And get back. It might be a mistake to do this. But it feels like something we could have some fun with. Alright, so world map. Do this, form caravan, go here, come back, accept. Right, so we'd have... You. Sentient Cookie. Lardine. Calaria Star. Go. Why am I still not seeing the dromedaries? Oh, you're still dragging... Okay. That's the problem. It's like, it felt like a short one, and then like a bunch of the animals. I was like, what's going on? Okay, we had to wait for them to get in from the edge. Alright, so now go. There we go. That's more like it. It's like, why am I missing people? Alright, so Bentley, Calaria, Lardine, and Sentient Cookie. We're going to be rolling in with a lot. Grab the adult ones. And we don't really care about the travel supplies that bad. We are going to go attack someone. I don't almost ever raid. But, you know what? Let's do it. Why is that icon different than the others? I don't know. So let's get our food loaded up, and we're going to get our handful of people. They got about 2,000 silver with our name on it. They've got 9 people there and an unknown number of defenses. But it seems to be a neutral party, because it was kinship. Go double check. So no kinship, no kinship, no kinship, no kinship, no kinship, no kinship. So it's just like an unaffiliated group mining silver, so we're just going to go murder the hell out of them. Okay, so we are sending a lot to go there. The downside with doing this kind of thing is in the event I get raided while most of my people are gone, it can be real bad. Because as you can see, I only left 3 people behind who can fight. We pretty much sent literally everybody else. And it's basically, they can doctor and they can research. Was the entire strategy there. Not entirely sure. I know I got some of this armor from when we popped the Ancient Danger. But I feel like we keep getting more armor from somewhere, because you're wearing flak. A bunch of you wearing marine and all, like recon. We got a couple people with no armor. And then Lux Ray's a ghoul, so they are their own armor. That's the thing about check. Okay, so you get both the plating and the barbs. There we go. Alright, so there's supposed to be 9 enemies in here. Oh, you are going to get murdered. I didn't realize we were fighting a bunch of tribals. So yeah, they got some numbers, but they're a bunch of tribals. And I'm rocking a bunch of chain shotguns in an army of sanguiphage. And all that. Well, that was their friendly fire, them shooting their own person in the back. Good job. Alright, one managed to get into melee range. Alright, well, let's go ahead and get our ill-gotten gains. Anything we care about? A delicate fast runner, or fast walker. 2 smart chemical set fascination. Nope. Nothing I care about. And there's the money we came for. Alright, well, with that, we can go ahead and, world map, reform caravan, go home, accept. I don't think I want those people. We can go here. So we want the beer. Give me the beer. We want the money, because that's the whole point. Give me your sleeping bags and your pemmican, just because I have room for it. And as a quick 2,000 bucks. Because honestly, reduced sleep is helping a little bit with the caravanning. Alright. Yeah, so you might actually keep an eye out for some of those mining areas for like the components, all that, if we get them nearby for right now. Okay. So with that, got a bunch more money. I'm gonna actually run over there and have them grab the stacks that might have been laying out here forever. Because seriously, they've been sitting out there for like in-game years. There's just been cash laying on the floor. Sensory Mechanites. Oh, actually, we can apparently be actually impacted by that. Security 4 and now we actually don't have a nice enough bedroom for them. Granted, they were willing to offer us a masterwork chain shotgun plus all that or the goodwill. Unfortunately, I just don't have a bedroom. So even if I want to fight this, I can't do anything. They physically won't let me. Yeah, I'd need like a proper, really nice bedroom. Let's get this out of here. Okay, so we're getting a little upsetty spaghetti because we haven't done any psychic rituals recently. So we can go in here and potentially make that happen. So 120, 120. Alright, so we got 138. So Pronger seems to be slightly better at the rituals than the other people. Alright. Then you go ahead and poke the things that go bump in the night. Now that we're ritualists, we get a mood debuff if we don't do rituals regularly. If we can manage to train up the ritual for for stealing skills and all that. That'll give us some options later. Okay, so for the moment we've secured ourselves inside our perimeter. Now, we could have gray flesh, we could have a whole range of things. It'll take a couple seconds usually for something to happen. Alright, so let's see what we can make our buddies here have. Yeah, so it looks like the hunger can only go down to 50%, which is what I thought. So what we're gonna go ahead and do, let's see, the gene here has a small retractable fangs in the organ, the mouth. They can bite unresisting people, suck blood, and gain hemogen directly. So I'm a little worried if I give them that, I won't be able to use them for the way we bend. That's slightly too complicated, doesn't quite give me what I want. Psychically dull. I want one more negative in here. Because that'll reduce it to 60%, but we want to go for 50. So everyone's genes are currently regrowing. That's fine. Timeless one. Alright, considering I just did avoid provocation, body master doing all this, there is a very good chance that person has a metal horror in them. Now, they wouldn't be bad except for they have, like, no skills. Body Master would be interesting. A Body Master Sanguiphage would be curious. Because no, well, Stealth Thrust would probably still happen, so it'd actually probably be not that great. They wouldn't have to eat. Or comfort. So I'm going to assume they're a metal horror carrier, and we're just not going to accept them. Oh, Claria Star, my bad. You go ahead and just do what you were doing. I'm just assuming they got a metal horror in them. We're just going to burn the hell out of Howl. They are a character... Well, actually, do we do that? I might take them as a dedicated hauler. It's fine. This is probably a mistake. Alright. Hal is barely more than a child, but his thoughtful eyes you sense ancient wisdom. He speaks, the words seem to come from an unnatural knowledge of endless time. He says that the stars brought him here to fulfill his destiny. He wants to stay with you and help. Howl's eyes are pure white. Using local folk knowledge, he has mastered the metabolic and circadian rhythms. At least, that's what he claims. Howl never sleeps, doesn't need to eat, though his eyes, you see a primal hunger. He may be useful, but you sense he's not telling you something. I'm going to let Howl join. Right now, we don't know Howl's story. They're not going to get equipment. They will not be permitted to doctor, because I'm going to go on the assumption here that this person is, you know, someone who's going to be a problem. So we're going to go ahead and have them haul and carry. And honestly, they're going to just haul and carry for the moment. I don't have any mining for them to do. Construction, I probably don't need them doing anything. Definitely not going to let them cook. I believe they can warden in childcare without problems if they have it. I don't think you can spread metal horror through wardening. I also have never tried. I am going to treat them absolutely recklessly, as if, you know, there's nothing to worry about from them at all. And we're just going to live with that. I should have done an actual conversion ritual. Food binge because night owl during the day, don't care. Let's unrestrict. And Howl does not need recreation or sleep or anything, so schedule. Howl just doesn't need to worry about a thing. You are upset about all sorts of ideology things. That's just going to be something you're gonna have to live with. Oh, assignment. Set you to worker, set you to worker so you don't use that belt. Just in case you betray us, I want to be able to shoot you and make you dead really easy. You did take a disruptor flare pack, but I can live with that. Yeah, everyone's genes are regrowing, so wait on that. That's fine. Too good to be true? Well, we just did a ritual that usually brings something negative at you. And so I think it may have rolled Metal Horror and triggered him to show up as the carrier for the Metal Horror. I don't know if mechanically that can work that way. Because normally what happens is it rolls the Metal Horror and it comes up with an excuse as to why it's there. Like, it's not... Like, the thing will say, oh, you got hit in that fight by a Shambler. No, man, you got that Metal Horror when it happened. It's not that the Shambler actually had Metal Horror. It's the game rolled Metal Horror supposed to happen, and it goes, okay, what are the things that happened recently? Ah, that's the one. That's what we're going to go ahead and say why it is. But, like... You can play everything perfectly that you could, like, literally not have a scenario that it could have happened. And I can't remember, it's got, like, a catch-all generic it assigns it when, like, he'll say, like, an outside visitor must have brought or something like that. So even if you did deliberately not accept any food, like, eat any food that was brought in, and you deliberately didn't let yourself ever get hit by any of the anomaly enemies, and you deliberately didn't let any outside person stay at your colony, and you deliberately didn't, you know... let any of the other things that could bring it happen, you still can have it roll and it still occurs, it just makes up an excuse. It's flavor text. It's the exact same kind of mechanic as when you make an art piece, and you make the art piece, it's like, this is an art piece about whatever. And you'll have times that, like, the art piece will have been started and that event hasn't happened or whatever. Because it just rolls when you make the finished art piece what it supposedly is. You are very upsetty spaghetti, and you've been insulted. That's not helping your mood. Yeah, if we get Grey Flesh, 100% we're locking up Howl, and while Howl is locking up, we are interrogating the hell out of them. Exotic goods trader. Just keep on moving the baby. Alright, so advanced psychic rituals, so we'll do philophagy now. That's where we can steal skills from people to level people up. Let's see, a friend of yours had a statue he made in Dwarf Fortress that was commemorating the plot against the fort that hadn't been exposed yet. No crimes had been committed in the pursuit of. Yup. And it's easy... I didn't realize I had that much plasteel laying around. It's easy to see how those kind of things can happen, too. So, acid spray sounds like it could be fun to add to our vampires. So we already have the super healing. Naked speed by itself. I think naked speed counts as a negative. Warm plus fast runner. It's not going to accomplish our stuff. That's all fine. Like, the acid spray would be fun, I just don't know what the impacts on people would be here. We could use something like that to experiment, because we have, I think it was Ben Lee was the, oh, Rocket Swarmer? Yo, grab that book. Bentley was the Yetkin we turned into a vampire, and unfortunately doing that had they get real hungry. Probably not acid spray, as much as a meme as that would be. That's the whole thing. So we got super fast melee, naked speed, smooth tail, strong stomach, fast runner, nearsighted, Tinder, whatever. Unhappy, very fast. So that one actually was going to be a break-even one. So that's not useful to me. I want it, like, it's not one I would use for my people, and it doesn't give me the negatives I want. So we went ahead and grabbed more components. Let's, once we have the power back, let's make a very simple gene thing for testing on Ben Lee to see if we go and do that, if it overwrites Sanguiphage or it complements Sanguiphage. It might just straight up overwrite Sanguiphage. And that's the only way we're going to find out. Because right now, Bentley, because they're a Sanguiphage Yatkin hybrid, they have a hunger rate of 200%, which is really, really rough. So we'll see. I think it might overwrite the Sanguiphage. It's a good chance. We'll know here in a moment, because I don't even need to apply it. It'll tell me what the end result will be. Yeah, so let's go in here. And let's just say we want to give you super wound, whatever. Strong melee, super wound healing. And we would just stop there. We can make that. It doesn't cost us anything. And we'll just see what happens if we were to attempt to apply that to Bentley. Oh, I forgot, like, a bunch of our people are in pain. Very last Lardine. You need to death rest. Yeah, so you should finish foam turrets soon. And then you're running out of other things you can roll. And uranium up here somewhere? Okay, I don't know when that happened. I actually have enough uranium. We should probably go into one of these rooms and replace the walls with the uranium. We can get that process started. So what I'll do is I'll delete this wall here. We'll build that out of uranium. Oh, let's also check, make sure none of these, I have the power going through them. Okay. Okay, so we're going to delete that wall, replace it with uranium. Then I'll delete these walls and replace them with uranium. And then, you know, do that on the other side and slowly work on making these out of uranium. And the reason I want to do that is your containment is based on the, Actually, we could also tear that down and give it the actual containment door. I have the plasteel and all that for it. Just all the things dinging as I'm stealing blood and move the baby 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 and don't forget to move the baby. Gray flesh. You know what? I might have a suspect. I'm gonna go ahead and put it out on a limb here. I may have a suspect on who here has the gray flesh. Might be slightly understanding of who might have the gray flesh here. Alright, so, hey, Howl, buddy. You are under arrest. Get in here. Alright, Howl, prisoner. Start interrogating Howl aggressively. That one was, like, it's It's because I did the whole, like, ritual, like, this thing. And then immediately had a person walk in. I'm like, alright, buddy. So clearly that was the response to it. Maybe you can have that where it's not a gray flesh happen, but it was just the timing that's like, alright, hang on. Hang on. Okay, so we will order implantation into Bentley and see what it says. Resulting metabolism would be too low. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's fine. Xenogerm, we'll try again. Alright, psychically dull. We'll have just psychically dull. Psychically dull, strong stomach. There we go. Because then it should break even. And so if it says the 200%, it is going to be augmenting the sanguiphage. If it says like 60, 70, whatever percent, 100%, that means it's going to full on replace it. The other thing let's do, just because I'm terrified and paranoid, you know what? Let's live life on the edge. I'm going to go by my bold understanding that it's Howl. And I'm just going to assume guilt, and if I am wrong, we don't want to be wrong. Bentley's also crafting? Metal horror emerging. A metal horror is urging, slicing through the flesh of the skin, nightmarish bladed creature cutting its way from the horse. The metal horrors for Howl's metal horror emerged because it was discovered by sentient cookie during interrogation. These horrifying metallic parasites live inside the victim, taking control of higher reasoning via a network of hair-thin metallic filaments that they spread throughout the body and brain. They control the victim's mind and compel them to infect others with new metal horrors. Yeah, that was easy. To be fair, that's actually the first time I've had it instantly detect. Where's my melee team? Alright, well, that was easy. Hey, Howl. How you doing down there, buddy? You get a little blood on you? Alright. So we'll capture Howl, we'll patch him up, and then we'll release him. No odds of getting infected? No, so it's not... The game has the flavor text that says you got infected fighting something, but it is just that flavor text. It is a genuine, straight-up fabrication. You know, I actually have you in here. We are going to convert you before we release you. Like, it isn't... There's nothing true about it. You didn't actually get infected by being hit. It just, the game rolls the dice and says, metal horror. And that's what happens. They lied to us? Yes. Basically, it works the same way as art does in the game, where you finish an art thing, it says, this is an art dedicated to, like, the time that this person slapped the other one right in the mouth. It didn't actually decide in advance that was going to be it. It's just, when it gets the end result, it's like, okay, make a story. Yeah, so convert, Howl, and then we'll release them. Yep. And again, the way I was able to tell it was Howl was we had just done a ritual to, you know, make an event happen, and nothing happened, and then immediately Howl showed up. I'm like, all right, real sus there, buddy. And then when we had the gray, the gray flesh, it's like, yeah, we know where that came from. So it rolled metal horror, and it made a reason for metal horror to happen. That it's like, okay, Howl is a metal horror carrier. It could have rolled one of my other people who had gotten hit by... Actually, have I been hit by a shambler at all? I probably have. It's probably been too long. But it could have easily rolled that, like, hey, you got hit by a shambler. That's where it came from. Or whatever. We haven't had a Sight Stealer in a very long time either. The point is, you'll have people that they'll read that flavor text, and they will try and play their future runs to prevent the flavor text thing from occurring, not realizing it doesn't do anything. Hey, Dark, how's it going? Now, that said, by all means, when you see the gray flesh, stop people from cooking from each other, stop people doctoring each other, like, really limit that. Do your interrogations to try and isolate, is your doctor, is your person, or whatever safe. Do those things. Those do matter. It's just the introduction that is flavor. Did you finish making that? 9 seconds left. Because we want to figure out what'll happen with Bentley. Because if it will replace, we'll keep Bentley as a sanguiphage, even though that means they're chomping on food all day long because we've maxed out their hunger. But if we can go through and try and, like, fix sanguiphage, we will. I think realistically, to fix it, now is not a good time. It's fine. We can handle a Gore Hulk Assault real easy now. Because I'm only down one fighter right now. Because they're death resting. Because it would be interesting if we could keep pulling genes and effectively create a sanguiphage with a lot of the, like, take on different penalties than the ones they have to make life a little bit easier for ourselves. That's fine. Just feed in one by one. The shotgun's just doing their thing. Occasionally, Clara Star just tosses in a stun to keep people from fighting back. Well, I guess we're gonna top off our supply of things to put in the cellar. Chain shotguns do work. In case you didn't realize. Chain shotguns, they do work. Alright. So, I got 2 rooms available. Who wants to stay? You go back to research. You capture that one. You capture that one. And as soon as they're out of here, get to work. Okay, all cleaned. You really like chain shotguns? Yeah, no, generally speaking, most of the time people build their defensive line around assault rifles or chain shotguns, with good reason. In the raw DPS camp, chain shotguns win when it comes to that. because they have very little cooldown between their 4-round burst. They have a 4-round burst, and each individual hit does a pretty substantial amount of damage. So it really doesn't take much to get that sorted. So 10 to them, and 10 to them. All right, we've topped off all this stuff before again. Oh, I probably should have checked. In those kind of fights, there's a good chance you could break a spine or legs. And if you get something like, there's the Devourers. I won't keep a Devourer typically unless it has a broken spine. If it has a broken spine or its brain injuries are bad enough where it's permanently downed, then it's like as safe can be. You can chuck it in there, it can never leave. So you just don't have to worry about it. But it requires them to be like really, really in bad shape. Alright, so you got another long sword in here. So you got an excellent quality Bioferrite longsword. Then you got your masterwork. So the masterwork's probably still better, even though it has the one like bad hit in it. And the more, let's say, the more chain shotguns you use, the deadlier it gets. I mean, that's true of any weapon, but yeah, no, it is one of those things that, like, especially if they're staggering in, like you saw at first, they're kind of Death Starring the first one that came in. It's also kind of good if they do get to the point where there's a nice rhythm them coming in, so they start hitting different targets, because they can shred things as they come through. Honestly, like, I honestly wonder if it'd be better to have Calaria Star stop carrying that. Like, the stun is really strong, because like it does immobilize one enemy. That's probably better to keep her on that. Like, you usually only run one person with the stun because they don't stack. Like, they can stack as far as hitting separate targets, but you can't just keep stunning the same target, back to back. Alright, so getting close to having Howl converted. And once Howl's converted, we will bring them into the colony, make them a sanguiphage, and have them run around and just do errands for us. Let's see, chain shotguns have good stopping power, better damage than charge rifle, faster fire rate than an AR or an assault rifle or charge rifle. The only downside is really the range and armor penetration. Yeah, but even with the armor penetration lower, it's one of those things, because of how many hits they throw in the damage per hit, even though you might get a little bit lower per hit because of the lack of armor penetration, it only takes like 2 volleys to just make up for any benefit of the armor penetration. There's a couple targets that you can arguably say that, yeah, their armor's a big deal. Like, I want to say, centipedes, having a higher armor penetration is probably nice. Combat rifle? Combat rifle? There's no such thing as a combat rifle in this. Otan, you're making stuff up, buddy. Combat rifle's not a real thing. Yeah, there's the charge rifle. The charge rifle has a really slow fire rate, but it does pump something real hard in one hit. Yeah, and I'd just probably go with obnoxious number of chain shotguns and just kind of slam someone with just raw projectiles. Normally I go assault rifles for when I'm actually trying to go with that, because the extra range means there's a lot of threats you could just ignore, because the one guy trying to run up with a grenade and you got 12 assault rifles going, you just go, that one, and then they stop moving. And honestly, with like this type of situation, even stuff like the Doomsday and triple rocket launchers, you can usually handle. You just kind of watch for when they're coming around the corner and you target them immediately. So the moment they stand out, they get blasted by everyone just Death Starring them with chain shotguns. So they used to be very strong AR advocate, but now you go 1 or 2 AR, then tons of chain shotguns. Yeah, no, they definitely either strategy works extremely well. Like I said, most of the time I end up running the assault rifles because I would definitely say they're more well-rounded for their purpose. But yeah, getting an enemy to come around the corner into like 8-chain shotguns. There are very few enemies that can take a volley like that and not instantly fall over. Like a centipede might get through like 1 or 2 volleys like that. But usually by then you got at least one stun in your mix, but whether it's an EMP or Zeus hammer or your little bioferrite crossbow thing. Doesn't matter what you got, you can usually stun it, or even just hitting it with a flare. You can usually make it not a problem. Did you actually finish that? No, you still got 9 seconds left. It's fine. Alright, so we've almost got you converted. Because then we convert you, we bring you into the colony, we give you a name, and we turn you into a vampire. It's one of those things I'm mixed. I feel like the vampire is actually a downgrade for Howl, in regards to their ability to do work. Because they don't need to sleep or any of these things. And I imagine it'll add death rest. Okay, so the question is how this will impact Bentley. If we do this... Right, so it will fully eliminate Sanguiphage. Yeah, so we definitely don't want to do that. That's good to know. So if I am going to try and do some silly shenanigans with Sanguiphage messing stuff, I would need to get all the genes to effectively recreate Sanguiphage, except the ones I don't want. And that ain't happening. That is a run that you are spending probably a real-life year just slowly putting together all the individual archetype things, trying to, you know, keep yourself from losing them as you have your random solar flares causing you to lose them on occasion. Well, no, I forgot, they regenerate now. But you get the idea. Alright, foam turrets. So, Bliss Lobotomy is anomaly, so we can't do it. Anomaly, 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 fabrication. There's only a couple research. That's the one I wanted the most, because with fabrication, we can make our fabrication bench, which, like I said, I'm probably going to toss it over here. It's not really a good spot for it. You know, it's also possible I could... Oh, you know what we could do? That is only used to dye our clothes. Get that out of here. Yeah, so we can move some of these around to make it happen. So... move you over there. Move you out of that room. We can fit this over here. I'll just need to finagle these around so we can move the drug lab. That'll work. We should also be in here. Put up our tool benches. When we get this over here, I'll be able to put a tool bench on that side of that door too. Yeah, so we're rearranging that to make room for the fabrication bench. You've seen someone assemble the genes for a Wendigo and breed them into the germline. It's really long-winded and complicated. I have no idea what you're talking about, Otad. Like, genes for a Wendigo. Like, what do you mean by genes for a Wendigo? Like, what would that even entail? And as far as put them into the germline, normally I don't believe you can do that. These genes don't get passed on to the well, I can't remember if these could get passed on to kids. I know your stuff up here gets passed on to kids. I believe the stuff down here didn't. if I remember correctly. I don't remember if the ones you put down here, if they get passed on. Yeah, these up here get passed on. It was these down here I don't believe do. Not unless they're modding, at which point then I honestly just don't care. Because at that point we're not having the same conversation. We're talking entirely different situations. Oh yeah, I got the metal blood heart. I forgot about that. We'll get rid of the uranium spear. I'm not going to use that machine gun. I'm probably not going to use that. Honestly, we're probably not going to do those. It looks like that recon armor goes. You don't remember the details? I mean, honestly, with what you described, I would be like 99.9% sure it's probably modded. That's usually what happens with all of those. Anytime you have someone doing something really wild stuff there, it's almost always mods. Which, again, nothing against mods. But, like, it is one of those things that it's hard to have that conversation when, you know, everyone, like, the moment you start getting into all that mods, it's like, well, we're not describing the same game anymore. We've got entirely different circumstances. I can straight up buy the armor. I don't think I'm gonna. I think we're gonna just take the money we've got right now and those components. Yeah, that's a thing. Like, when you're saying breeding a Wendigo, it's like, well, it's not the base game, but I could see where someone would be like, it's a Wendigo, it has traits XYZ, like, you know, basically they don't have like an actual Wendigo, like they've made a Wendigo out of assembling things. Like, you know, a person said, well, here's the traits I consider a Wendigo and assemble it. But yeah, no, it definitely to me sounds like mods. And it's cool that mods let you do that, but I'm not running those mods, so it's physically not possible for me. But yeah, no, we had, the colony's still live. We were doing our all endings run. And we got a bunch of people that was, what? It was like super fast healing, blood clotting, and deathless on the same pawns. And it was pretty wild. Alright, Nitro, I'm guessing you're heading out. Thank you again for hanging out and all that stuff. I appreciate it. But yeah, no, that run was wild, because those weren't even sanguiphages. They were like, literally we got the deathless trait from, was it deathless and blood clotting together? Either way. We got that from trade. And then, you know, we got the blood clotting. I'm like, oh my god, this is overpowered. Because that was one of those things that, unless they died to fire, they had, like, nothing to worry about. The only ways they die is by fire or by the body being exploded. All other ways they would die, they just get back up 7 days later. You got Archite Metabolism, first pull, which helped a lot in your run. I haven't, so part of it is I almost never traded for them, because I didn't really get into the meat of, Hey, Tim, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. For those who don't know, Tim the Sorcerer, absolutely fantastic content creator. Does a lot of RimWorld among other games, so really good times over there. Been doing some Satisfactory recently, so if you like Satisfactory, which, you know, it's a good game, you probably should. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. Oh, I can't. Wait. It's gonna let me do that even... Oh, you're no longer throwing a fit. Alright, but welcome in, Raiders. How was your, stream and all that kind of good stuff? I'm assuming you're doing Satisfactory today. I don't really care anymore what we're doing on this thing. Let's see. Your curse is losing crafters. Continue today. How are you going on? Pretty good. We had the easiest gray flesh instance we ever could have gone. I did the ritual to summon something, and like 10 seconds later, we had a wandering person arrive, like, they're gray flesh. We just did a ritual. This is like the perfect time for when like flesh beasts or pop out, and this dude showed up. He's gonna be gray flesh. And so we let him walk around. We got the gray flesh warning, locked him up. Immediately on the very first interrogate, popped out. I'm like, easy game. Baby game made for babies. It was just like the timing was very, very suspicious. And for whatever reason, I've had this Revenant here for probably 3 years now. It is yet to break out. And these are only supposed to be able to hold up for 2, like, it's supposed to be 1 year and he breaks out, 2 years and they break out. And I've had 4 of them break out, and he's yet to break out. I don't understand what's going on here. But it's going good. If you want to know who in this colony are vampires, it's that, except for you. This is the only... They are all vampires. Yes, the baby too. Yes, the baby is also a vampire. Baby came out, boom, instantly vampired them. We had a death refusal anomaly character recently. Use them to Leroy an unstable power core in a mech cluster. Character die, grade flesh came out, everything exploded, GG. I haven't had that one. I haven't had too many wild moments with the like metal horror popping out, because usually most of the time I'm hurting for doctors and cooks, which works out really well when gray flesh happens, because you're like, okay, well, I only have 1 cook, throw them in the locker while I've got, 100 meals still in the freezer, and start interrogating the crap out of them. And, after like 2 days of interrogating them constantly, it's like, all right, I guess they're safe. You're our cook now. No one else gets to cook. This is our dedicated cook. The chances that things got by, pretty minimal. But yeah, we actually have a person here with the unnatural healing. Weirdly, when you're playing with everyone as a vampire, unnatural healing is not as exciting. It's still good to have in the back pocket in case something goes really bad. You can pop them out, have them put someone's arm back on. But I'm basically just using them as a healing mech serum locked in the basement for when I need it. Because they're the one that they occasionally scream in agony and cause everyone to collapse nearby and then be in pain for 4 days. And I was like, no, in an army of vampires, I can not have everyone angry for a couple of days. That is not gonna slide. All vampires? Yep. Even the baby. Even the baby hasn't said their first word, already thirsts for human blood. It's just the way they roll. I normally don't do evil colonies, but this was, I had a subathon recently, and it was one of the milestones saying, hey, normally I play RimWorld as a very... We don't do nothing wrong. I definitely steal people's youth, because it's just too powerful to not do. But other than that, what about a firefighter? Nope. We get to run up and fear of fire and do the fire thing. I've predicted the way this colony dies. We get like a really bad impid raid, and you can guess where that's gonna go. That's been my prediction. So far, we've handled all the impid raids. We did have one that got really sloppy, but so far it has held up okay. I am oh, did we ever get the fire foam pack? We had a fire foam pack. I was trying to keep a fire foam pack on someone, so if everything goes sideways, we just pop the fire foam, and at least it's not as bad. You tox packs? Okay, hang on. Let's go to our assignments, because we need to talk to our worker assignment. All right, worker assignment here. Utility. That's gonna be a no. No, 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 no. Those are all fine. Those are all fine. That's fine. No. I'm not using them. That's fine. Alright, get those out of here. Yeah, let's run in and tox pack ourselves. Cool. Are you converted yet? Because this is the person who is the metal horror. I was just impressed that it literally took one conversation and just revealed it in one, like it popped out. Because I've had a number of times where you talk to me, goes, you notice something suspicious, and there's like the metal squirming or whatever. The one where it's like, okay, they're 100% the metal horror, but it doesn't actually emerge. And we actually had it emerge in the very first conversation. I was like, hey, I'll take it easy. I'm actually curious. I'm expecting to make holosangophage and it to literally be a negative on their life situation, because right now they don't need anything. And I'm expecting this to be they need to death rest and all that, so a direct downgrade. But I've also never done it, so we're sciencing. Like, we've definitely made the mistake of making a Yetkin into a sangophage. It's not good. It's really not good. It's real bad. Really don't do it. It's real bad. 200% hunger rate is straight up awful. And here's all the things that you normally get there, and most of the ones you get that you care about is already part of being sanguiphage. So they're better at animals, I guess. They've got naked speed if you care about that. Otherwise, it's all just bad. But we're sciencing, because normally, like, the thing that I haven't done is I almost never mess with the vampires too much, because I like the vampire mechanic, but as I mentioned, I normally I'm not awful to the people in my colony. So normally I don't have a whole bunch of people with their legs hacked off, which, if you're playing vanilla, sanguiphage, if you don't have a bunch of people with their legs hacked off, is miserable to deal with. Today I learned about the original xenotype. Let's see, you messed with them a lot in their last run. Any major questions you have? Not really. We've just been experimenting. Yeah, no, the original xenotype, like, I normally don't like, because the only time you run into that is you either sanguiphage or you do the thing where you make your own xenogerm to apply onto an existing one. And when you do the, like, I found very genuinely doing the xenogerms on existing xenotypes that aren't baseliner is a pain. I do really wish in the base game they had kind of a tool here that it's a recombine, and that not only would I have this, but I could choose like a target or like a target xenotype. Let's say like, hey, I'm gonna do this to a Yetkin, and it would give me the results based on them being a Yetkin. So I don't have to be like, okay, well, that one's gonna counter that one. So with the countering that one, we're gonna do this, and with this, we're gonna go ahead and have to do that. Well, that's going to supersede this. Yeah. One of your captive flesh masks can easily feed a handful of vampire ghouls. Sticking them into auto attack melee is very inconvenient for no pause. Yeah, so we're I don't really care about anything else over here. We'll just do that. We did a little bit of experimentation. Oh, right. I still need to put that heart in you. Metal blood heart. We may have done a little bit of cursed science on a ghoul. So glucoid rush times 4 sanguiphage ghoul that we're slowly adding parts. Once I've got my fabrication, we're going to give him a pair of power claws and just have a ghoul go running around the map at full speed with 2 power claws just shredding. Yeah, no, it's pretty funny. It's hard to get a feel for how incredibly fast Luxray is, just because everyone is a vampire here, so they already move really fast. And even then, you see, like, your character run, you see, like, Luxray run, like, just about 1.5 times fast. You're like, alright. If you have a Psycaster, put Invis on the ghoul, you could have some real fun. That's a neat one. Yep, so now you got a Metal Blood Heart. So the idea is I'm going to get a pair of Power Claws on Luxray, and Luxray's just going to run up to people, pop the armor, and just start mauling. Luxray is the, hey, I don't have a good way of dealing with that triple rocket launcher. Go. It's fine. They're deathless. As long as the body survives the encounter, it's fine. And honestly, with the armor popped, I've had people tank like a Doomsday right to the face and not actually be in that bad a shape. Like, they certainly get hurt. But, you know, you get really worried. Oh, are you converted finally? Yeah, so you should be able to be released, because you were a member of the colony before all that went down, because they imprisoned you to interrogate you. Alright, so Howl here. If you do !join, I do let people have the colonists named after them. So you'll do exclamation mark join to get in the list. So Howl's job here is pretty straightforward. You're gonna haul stuff. And you're gonna clean. And you know what else you're gonna do with your life? Nothing. Nothing at all. You are gonna get a chain shotgun though. To go to the chain shotgun army. Why are you mad? Was imprisoned. Insulted. No psychic rituals. Stuck indoors. It's fine. Glorified Roomba with a cart. Hey, you know what? Having a dedicated hauler in a colony is actually a really big benefit. Like having the dedicated hauler cleaner. Well, actually, usually I have a hauler and a cleaner by late game, but not typically before it. Alright, so it's the time to restrict everyone into the safe zone because people are whining about our lack of rituals in the game. So let's void provocation. Are you really good at rituals? No, you're only... Oh, you're still not a vampire. Alright, we'll do this and then we'll vampire you. Who was the one? There's one of you that had slightly higher. Yeah, it's you. Okay, and the rest just pop in here. We've got like one or two that for whatever reason are terrible at it. It's fine. Alright, void provocation. So yeah, if you get animals to train for hauling, it's one of the first things you do. I did that. How's the life in the blood zone? It's going good. We are finally starting to get the floors painted and get our hauling done. We're no longer dealing with a giant pile of human leather blocking my fridge doors every other time a day happens. Okay. So we just void provocation. I'm gonna drop the... Alright, so I'm not gonna death rest you yet. So what we're watching here is I do have my doors covered with the invisibility stuff. If we see those pop, it means we probably got a revenant. And we're just gonna give it a minute because usually you get the thing popping pretty close after it. And there we go, we know what we got. We got an obelisk. So unrestrict everyone. Obelisk it is. We will study and do this. I don't remember which obelisk. I think that's the obelisk that will mutate you. So with that, hey, does anyone have some genes they want to pass around? Stop telling me about the child. Regrowing. Ah, Kalaria star. Hey, Kalaria? Howl here wants to be a vampire. They don't actually want to, but they're going to be. Meanwhile, and Howl gets to have an actual name, and that will be Sindari. So welcome to the colony, Sindari. You're about to get rendered unconscious while you become a vampire. What are you doing? Oh, you're doctoring. Cool. So, like I said, I fully expect this to be a downgrade for poor Zendara here, because weirdly, that gave them a recreation requirement. All right, investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information. It's an archotechnological device that seems to interact with the organic creatures at a distance. It is probably a piece of a much larger architect structure that was destroyed or broken apart long ago. The machinery at its core is inhumanly complex and frighteningly powerful. Its purpose and method of action remain a total mystery. If not suppressed, it'll do whatever the thing is, yada yada. It's either going to twist a bunch of people into horror things, or it's going to clone. I think that's the one that twists people into horror things. That also means you can go ahead and death rest here. But yeah, so interestingly enough, so this person has body mastery. So they don't need to eat, sleep, comfort. I thought they didn't need recreation either, I could be wrong. But by doing this, we did cause them to have the death rest requirement. That, I said, was probably going to be the case. So we technically did a direct downgrade for their needs. That said, we did give them the ability to move fast, jump, not die, not age, be highly flammable. I'm assuming that's thing. A human leather sash +1. Yep. Arcist opportunity. Oh, actually, I might be able to do this now. Let's see. Lectern, knee streets, that's fine. Go in there, have a mighty good time. I actually don't even remember at all what this does. Like, so far as, like, our reward. And we'll put some Neil pillows in there for the future. We'll make it out of jade. Because that sounds like a terribly awesome idea. One I will certainly not regret. Put that alongside it. Alright. And yes, we made a really fancy ornate door because I keep getting gold handed to me. And yes, eventually I'll use it for advanced components. But I was pretty nervous being at the point where our base was like one of these rooms done and this room half finished and sitting on like 700 gold. I was very like, hey, wait a second, that's a lot of wealth to have at this phase of the game. Hey, you had fun. Good times. Oh, and for our ideology, we started out with the blood feeding. This is a fluid ideology, and we made cannibal blood feeding ritualist just because. We're leaning into being as evil and awful as possible so far as that going. That said, I don't consider us chaotic evil or lawful evil. We are value-driven evil. We don't just evil to evil. We want to monopolize on our evil and properly draw as much value out of our evil as possible. So killing someone just to kill them, not useful. I'd rather become someone's friend and then kill a lot of them. You know, to get all that equipment. We have absolutely grabbed people who are like, that's a good pawn, that pawn's now mine. We've done plenty of that. We have certainly gone to groups that's like, this refugee group is not associated with anyone. A lot of these people were refugees. A lot more than I'm comfortable admitting to. It's the evil run. It's not my normal way of play. But this is what chat desires. Oh, yeah. Well, Howl Hat to Death Rest. Oh, right. I'm going to need another place for Howl to Death Rest. So technically, even though Howl doesn't sleep... Oh, I can't actually assign it to Howl. Oh, wait, never mind. We renamed him. That was Sindari. That's right. We'll just call that Sindari's room, even though they don't sleep. And according to this game, yet another person's favorite color is purple. Because that is just a thing I do. I paint the rooms everyone's favorite color, and then all the not specific to one person's room, I will usually make the ideology color. You know, let's make the hospital something different. So make most of this cream, except we'll turn around here and grab red. It's not going to be the greatest. It's fine. Death Rest and bedroom can be combined. If we look at this, we have Revere, well, where is it? Great Death Rest Chamber and Impressive Bedroom. Yep. They can be one and the same. Honestly, a lot of your rooms can be combined. There's only a handful of rooms that don't mix. Like, I want to say your production room and your storage rooms... Like, I want to say your storage room and your bedroom can't be the same, if I remember correctly. There's there's just a handful of them that it's one or the other. Alright, so what I think we're going to do is we'll use the ideology color for the furniture here. And then we will make the floor in this blood red. Which is a little bit of a shame, because we're building a, that's like the third or fourth time we've had beavers. I'm really kind of over the beavers keep coming back. Honestly, with as much melee as, as ridiculous as our melee is in this group, I'm probably just going to initiate, and we're just going to deal with the whole swarm of beavers as one big unit. I feel pretty good about my melee line being able to just hold it down. Could you not ignore me? It's rude, man. you get. All right. All right, here we go. And the only one who took any damage was Luxray, who is our goal. I just didn't want to deal with the beavers coming back to cause me headaches again and again. Yeah, and they'll all die on their own, so we don't need to focus on it. That's fine. Got it knocked out, sorted, done. Alright, Lardine's genes have finished regrowing. I don't have anyone else we're planning on making a vampire anytime soon. So we'll toss Bentley in the machine to go grab some genes. Bentley's the hard one to put in there because Bentley, by the time they get out, like, look at the speed that 200% hunger goes. Look at that crap. Bentley is not a negotiable character on the amount of food they want. Straight up malnutrition if you climb in that machine. Because keep in mind, they haven't been in there very long. 200% sucks. Because unfortunately you can't feed them while they're in there. I wish you could. Like, treat it like a medical patient, someone else gives them food. Alright, so you're back up. So now I need to go in here and find you... Why is that light not on? Ah, that's why. I missed that the power dropped. Senju Cookie needs death rest. Don't care about the distress signal. Like, distress signal can give you some good stuff, but we're at that point in the game where I don't really have a lot of value in running out to do that. So Senju Cookie was our highest social. You're pretty high, though, as well. I mean, everyone's fairly high. They're all sanguiphages. It gives a bonus. Yeah, no, we went out and raided a little bit. I normally don't, but we were sitting there being like, all right, well, I got all these resources. Let's just do it. We also have the danger here of... I've got a lot of valuables. Yes, we don't actually want that. I got a lot of valuables that have been piling up around here. That is something that is going to be a problem eventually. Let's go ahead and get rid of a bunch of these worn things. We'll get rid of the crappy ones. We stole those too. Alright, so we can go up here. We probably got a pile of some stuff we can sell. So, we don't actually have a bunch of like raw food or whatever to do much with. We can go here and say, hey, I got some of this to spare. Go ahead and give me all your money. Yeah, no, I've definitely done a lot to wealth manage in the past. Right now, I'm choosing to kind of ignore it. I'm feeling pretty unreasonably strong, which is, you know, my own hubris is going to kill me. But right now, the army of Sanguiphages, as long as I can keep the blood flowing, because I made the comment a number of times in this channel where it's like, hey, just very genuinely, when you're playing evil, it does make the game much easier. Not saying it's like easy game at that point or anything like that. I don't want to exaggerate it. But very genuinely trying to not allowing yourself to use cannibalism and all that. Like cannibalism is kind of the big one. That cannibalism makes food such an easily managed resource that it is just one of those things. Like you'll just straight up get, anytime you get like a big raid, you just get food handed to you. Like, it's almost how fast can you process the buys. Like, honestly, the worst part is cleaning up all the clothes on the ground afterwards. You almost have to have, like, your butchering in a separate room so that after you get all the leather out, you can just burn the room. Let's see, you think you had 22 Sanguiphages, several of which were prisoner, had many legless people. Oh, well, you have to. Like, that was saying, that's the reason I usually don't do Sanguiphages. Usually I don't do, like, making people into the nugget kind of thing where you hack their legs off so they don't cause problems, which is what you have to do for hemogen farms. Otherwise, you're just constantly dealing with them causing trouble. And so I just don't normally do Sanguiphage, which is actually the reason was like I was doing it where I was like, hey, you know what? The Sanguiphage is interesting if I didn't have to do this thing, because like I said, normally I keep very few prisoners at all in my run. Especially nowadays where you can have, like, kids and there's so many other ways to get pawns. The old days of, like, just randomly knocking someone down and throwing them to sell to convert them usually isn't nearly as needed as it used to be. Like, that used to be, like, your main source of pawns was arresting random people, chucking them in the other room and doing that. Alright, so you need your death rest. Pretty soon I want to get the death rest accelerators put on these. So put it like right up here, just to speed up the rate the death rest goes. Please repair that. I do actually want us to be slowly building up our bioferrite. Let's see, I wish there was a good way to incapacitate reliably without killing. There is, shock lances. You can trade for those. You can get them quite a bit. They guarantee knock someone down. I used to believe it was guaranteed. There's also a psychic power that does the same, but I want to say that's got a much shorter range, so you have to get on top of them. Would be nice if we could tap the killer trees for blood. So you don't get blood, you actually do get, I believe it was bioferrite out of them when they grow enough. You can hack them down for bioferrite, which is funny because you said reliable. Those are super rare. Yeah, but I mean you can trade for them with a decent amount. Usually every second or third exotic trades good usually gives me one. If I want one, I don't trade for them hardly ever. Because for me, about the only thing I typically use shock lances for is when there's the one guy in the middle of a group who's got like a triple rocket launcher or doomsday. I'll prompt the shock lance on them immediately if I can. But that's about the only time. Oh, to use on prison break? Yeah, no, that's prison breaks are just way too frequent for any useful tool. What I would love to see in vanilla to make the Sanguiphage not bad is like if you have bloodletting that you would have somewhere on here like under the health thing that you could have a toggle there that says, hey, this person, if they're at full blood and your Sanguiphage has got the thirst, you know, they're volunteering themselves. Like, don't make me manually do it. We already have a manual process. Let me just queue up and be like, George over here is the one I want you to go in. There is a way. If you're gonna say with mods, I don't care. I hate to be that person, but think. Okay, you sleep well. I love you. It's in the UI somewhere. Is there? There is where you can set them up to have an operation of hemogen on your play itself, but it doesn't refresh. If there's a way to do that, I would love to know. Because if there is, I'm curious where the heck they buried that. Somewhere in the prisoner menus? No, you can do it with the prisoners. I'm saying your own colonists. I'm saying my own colonists that I don't have to use prisoners. That we can have our own people. That our own people will be like, hey, you know. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure there isn't. Alright, so we got flesh beasts coming, so let's go and put everyone in the safe zone. Because that's what I'd like. I'd like to be able to do like the quote-unquote ethical vampire thing where like your own people are down to give their blood and all that. So that you don't have to keep like the closet of people with no legs. That's what I'd like, because I feel like that would be an interesting, different way of playing. You're saying 5,100 hours and you're 99% sure you can't do it with your own colonists. No, you can't. I'm like 99% sure as well. Remember, like, you can with slaves? Yeah, but I find the slave mechanic pretty crap. And it's also, even though it's video game, I also still don't like simulating slavery. That's, well, it's like, you know, you have all the other things you do in RimWorld that are awful. Even with like doing, you know, the cannibalism and all the other stuff, it is the one place I draw lines like, man, I'm just not down with it. Let's go and have you pop the metal blood. It doesn't cost us any resources. Oh wait, you're supposed. Oh wait, why didn't you have your gun? I need this dying to get finished so I can actually see... There you go. So you can actually see what's going on in there. Yeah, so the good news is, with all these being sangophages, even when you have those ones that get over, these people can hold their own... Where are you going? Alright, so let's take a look. We got a couple people with some minor bleeds. You got a couple bleeds on you, but otherwise we're good. That's the reason why you don't play the Conan game? I don't know enough about... Oh, because of the slavery thing? Yeah. I think from a gameplay point of view, if it's legless prisoners or slaves for Bloodfiend... Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, RimWorld by default, you kind of have to do one of those two. And that's my comment. It would be nice to have a way in the game where, again, for RimWorld, again, keeping in mind that RimWorld causes you to do all sorts of awful things to survive. It's just one of those things that'd be like, it would be nice to have a path where your own colonist, especially when we look at the information about bloodletting, like the bloodletting, they want to be fed on. You get a mood bonus if your people feed on your own people and they have bloodletting. Let me turn it on and say, hey, you can do it. Like, don't make me manually do it. When you get the thirst, go feed. RimWorld's a war crime simulator? Yeah, but that gets boring after a while. Like, I did a lot of that when I first started, but once the novelty of being able to be, like, absolutely awful wears away, the game is harder and more interesting trying to not be awful. In my opinion. Let's see. Hey, Werewolf, how's it going? Drop pod dropping in the middle of an expensive hospital room? Yup. Yeah, like, it's one of those things when you first play RimWorld, you're like, tee-hee-hee, I can go and take people's organs, and I can start a drug farm, and I can cannibalize, tee-hee-hee. And there is a certain appeal to doing the edgy out there kind of things. But, like, once you've done that a number of times, you're like, eh. If you're playing in, like, really, really sweaty try-hard settings and trying to, you know, play as hard as you can to survive and win those fights, then yeah, you do stuff like that. It's actually one of the reasons why I don't tend to play on the, 500% naked brutality stuff like I used to, is I started to find that a lot of my colonies, it's it felt like you'd end up having to do one of several ways of like cheesing, whether you do like the traps and then like the where you do like trap barricade, trap barricade, trap barricade, or the burn box, or like I didn't really do the vortex defense thing. Like that one felt just too cheesy for me. Or like the many other kind of thing that like you get going on, that you get like the ridiculous stuff. All right, so you need to sleep. But like I felt like all my bases were slowly becoming the same, because to stand a chance you had to lean into certain things. Not that you had to go like full on cheese, but like there was a certain level of cheese required. You just replace one type of cheese with the other. Like either you do like the kiting strategy or the burn box, the trap maze, or you know, all those kind of things. And so you get the idea. That's like what you have to do to play on that difficulty level. You can't take the luxury of not doing a lot of those strats. And so I stopped playing in those difficulties because it was something that started to get stale to me. And I enjoy the game so much more now, because I still do play on like usually Strive to Survive, or because there's Losing is Fun. So Losing is Fun, then Strive to Survive. I feel like there's one in between there. So I still play at a decent difficulty. So most of my challenges these days is I'll do stuff like crank up the pollution on the map to 100%, crank up the pollution on the world to 100%, not allow myself to just chuck the blood and dust, yeah. So a lot of times I'll play on Strive to Survive with the occasional blood and dust. Not super often. But usually, like I said, I'll be doing these weird challenges like maximize the pollution on the world and the map, not allow myself to take anyone who's immune or resistant to pollution, not allow myself to just ship the pollution off the map, and just basically live in a pollution tile where I have to like slowly chip away at the pollution and use the Pollux trees to slowly absorb it off the map, fighting one big infestation after another. Having the wasters and, you know, infestations that show up be super juiced and everything, so the wasters just beeline to you, throwing their grenades and all that. And like it can be pretty fun to do that. Or I did one challenge, it was like the Adam and Eve challenge, where I started with 2 pawns. Basically I had to kind of force them into a relationship with the scenario setup, and I wasn't allowed to recruit any pawns. I had to literally build my colony as like one big family. That was actually a really fun run, and those pawns got silly strong. Eventually it did die when I had a really bad impid raid kill like 2-3 people. It is a really hard to manage thing when every single one of your colonists are family, and you lose 2 or 3 people, so now everyone has a minus 60 on them for like the next 2 seasons. It is a very unmanageable situation. There is not enough drugs in the world to get you through that roller coaster. We're just gonna spend a whole lot of our money. That was everything was fine until you lost a couple people and you went, oh no. Oh, I did not think of this problem. Everyone is in meltdown at the same time. Alright, yeah, it's probably fine. Alright, so we're good. Steel components on it. Maybe lucky Psychic Emanator or 2. Yeah, even that's, I think what Psychic Emanator's plus 15, if I remember correctly. It only covers the circle around it. Like, you could probably, like, if you had a small base, you could cover a good chunk of your base probably that way. But yeah, no, it's just like the minus 30 on everybody. It's like, oh no. And it was just the slow burn of everyone having a break and everyone having a break. And I think it was another Impid raid that ultimately did finish off the base, because everyone was throwing a fit constantly, and then you try and like hold up against the raid, and meanwhile everyone's struggling, that you're having to get like stacking instances of the catharsis just to keep it under control. And just Impids rolled in, and there was half the colony was on the very brink of melting down, so the moment someone got down in the fight, half of them had a mood break in the fight, and just like, oh man. It was a fun challenge. That was a slow run, though. Because as you can imagine, raising a colony of nothing but kids... And it got to be... We got up to like 20-something colonists or some ridiculous amount from that. And that, for the record, that was all before Anomaly, because Anomaly, we would have just been mass-producing Mindnum as aggressively as I could. Speaking of which, you had 3 simple tricks in order to pull off your run. Your goal is to collect 3 relics and have every pawn fully modified. Yeah, I mean, a legendary chain shotgun is really fun. I'm not going to take the time to build a giant building, though. I used to take those building like the temple contracts or missions all the time way back. But nowadays, it's just like, nah, I could do it, but because then I build it, and then I gotta tear it back down. And I usually don't want to make a big area out here, and if you leave it exposed, you always have the risk of someone just walking up and hitting a wall, like one shambler and assault while you're dealing with a bunch, just going up and chipping away one wall, and then you fail. I actually don't think I failed hardly any of them ever. Did we ever get those extra... So what I'm trying to do is get it to be 50%. Because if we get it down to 50%, we can put that in all of our prisoners and reduce the amount of food they need to the minimum. Which honestly, even, like, I'm not even worried about the actual food they're eating. It's more the people running back and forth to eat them. Mysterious cargo. Why did you suddenly get a bunch of stats? Why did you simultaneously gain 3 stats? You didn't just become a sanguiphage. Okay. Sure. I don't actually care about the Neoformer. I just want the cargo. Oh, good. The creepy corpse. So let's make sure on our butchery table, I'm pretty sure we have unnatural corpses not selected. Cool. That's the important one. New research, death refusal, cool beans. Where are they? They're just running around here. They've been part of the colony for a while. And where was the psychic thing? Did you already grab it? Go stick that in your head. Alright, so you got a Psi-Former ability. What did you get? Burden. Burden's fine. You need a meditation spot. It's fine. In regards to Earth gaining levels, thought you could find him and maybe the environment would tell you? Oh yeah, no, I wasn't paused at the moment. That's the thing. They gained what looked like the skills you get from being a sanguiphage, which is why I was confused, because they gained social, intelligence, and melee. But that was the weird thing, is they've been a sanguiphage. Oh, you know what I bet it was? No, like... It wasn't just they aged up to being an adult, because they're well past that. I have no idea. That's a mod that tells me when we gain the levels, so it could very well be that the mod just, you know, didn't pick it up later. It's like, oh wait, they gain levels. I don't know. It's the first time I've seen something like that. Alright. And you have a minor break because serious pain, because sensory mechanites. That's fine. We got all sorts of people doing stuff out here. Research is actually getting done now. Which is good. Still haven't been getting any time on the ground penetrating scanner and all that. but that's okay. I built a drill early, just when I was worried I was going to run out of steel and components, just to have the drill. That way when we detected steel, I could chuck it down on the ground. But we managed to get some good trade. Like, right now, I'm actually doing really... Why am I not just... How is our power? 3,000? So I need to be... Frenzy Inducer, don't really care. Bliss Lobotomy. Let's go to... It's Biotech. Death Rest Accelerator. Well, that's interesting because of how narrow the space is. I would think it'd be one for each. That's fine. Yep, so we're going to go ahead and get Death Rest Accelerators in there. Have you considered a Mechanator? I usually don't like to run the Mechanator. The Mechanator's fine. I find, like, the mini-bosses are interesting, like, the first time, but after that I'm like, eh. It's more the mechs you get. It's the early ones I do like, the cleaning and agribot and all that kind of stuff. Those are good. The hauling bot as well. But it's like when you get like all those middle ones, like the pikemen and all that, I'm like, yeah, but I'd rather just not. I'd rather just have a regular old colonist. And I know you can get the doctor bot, but usually I want to get a doctor. Yeah, most of the time I just don't feel like going through the whole rigmarole to unlock the shield ones. The shield ones are cool. But also, usually by the time you get them, those shields only put up with a little bit of abuse. They're not bad. They're certainly useful. It's just one of the ones that, like, I did a couple times where I went through the whole Mechanator route. And it was cool for something different. But like I said, kind of after the first time, it's like, alright, well, I kind of did that. With all that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time. I need to pause. Please pause. It is going to be about that time that I need to be wrapping up for the night. I do stream till 4 a.m. EST, and it's a bit after 4 a.m. EST, and my sleep schedule is properly hosed because of the subathon we finished the other day. So with all that said, if you're watching or on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly. If you're over here on Twitch, we're going to raid someone. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, that's how this whole thing works. You hit that follow button, and you find your way back here. But I do really appreciate everyone hanging out tonight and all that good stuff. I'm going to go ahead and first say goodbye to YouTube. So thank you again so much for tuning in. And for everyone over here on Twitch, we're going to go ahead and put up the ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. I mentioned it earlier on the stream that we